All right, guys, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome if you are new. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. And thank you so much for waiting patiently for the intro to finish up there. Happy Easter to everybody for those who are celebrating it. Hope your day is going well so far. We have quite the show, I think. We have a lot of topics to go over and discuss today. In just a moment here, I'm going to give you a rundown of the topics that we're going to discuss. Obviously, you always get some idea of what we're going to be talking about based off the title, but yeah, today's going to be an interesting one for sure. Where is Boss? First question, where is Boss? Boss is not here yet, but as you guys know, if we hit our member goal today of 25 memberships, I will bring Boss in towards the end of the stream. We will hang out for a little while. He can cause as much chaos as he wants, as long as he's not actually destroying anything. And we'll give him some snacks as well. And yeah, if we hit 50 members, we hit a second goal, I'll do some reps at the end of the stream as well. And then for every 25 we get after that, I'll continue to do more reps towards the end. But yeah, happy Easter, everybody. So let's do a rundown of the topics that we're going to be discussing today. The first topic has to do with, yes, you read that title correct. It's not a lie. It's not even like a fanboy thing. It's just apparently the PS5 is running Xbox games better than the Xbox Series X. I don't know how we got to this point, people, but we are here. This is where we are. I cannot imagine being an Xbox owner and seeing that this is the reality. You know, like you choose to support Microsoft through thick and through thin. You choose to, support maybe the Xbox One, and then you double down. You support with the Xbox Series X, and then you find out halfway into the Xbox Series X generation that some Microsoft games are going to PS5 and they happen to run better on PS5. Absolutely wild if you think about it. But Lone Wolf Gamer says, MBG, did you ever think Boss would be as popular as he is? You retracted that. Why is it that I'm always retracting the statements? Or I'm always covering the statements in the chat that get retracted. But to answer your question, no, I didn't. But it's cool. I like it. It's a very nice. I think he knows. As I've said to you guys, I think Boss knows, and he likes it. He likes the attention. He likes that people love him so much. So I'm sure he'll join us later on in the stream. But yeah, that's the first topic we're going to go over and discuss. And we do have Digital Foundry, by the way. They're the ones that are revealing this about specifically Hi-Fi Rush. We're going to be talking about Jim Ryan officially retiring from Sony after 30 years. He is officially out. He's no longer part of PlayStation. He is no longer the PlayStation CEO. So I figured we could just have a general conversation about Jim Ryan, about his time as the CEO, the ups and the downs. And yeah, we'll talk a little bit about that. We're also going to be talking about how Jim Ryan revealed something very interesting about the PlayStation 2. Didn't think we would have news about the PlayStation 2, but here we are. We'll talk about that. We're also going to be talking about the PS5 Pro once again because we have Tom Henderson, I would say the most reliable insider in the industry, especially when it comes to PlayStation. He actually recently revealed the requirements that developers are going to need to meet in order to consider their games PS5 Pro enhanced. That's apparently what it's going to be called. So we're going to go over those details and talk about that. We're also going to be talking about GTA 6. There was a lot of confusion and reporting going on the last week or so that I haven't talked about yet, but it is pretty, I would say, important because it seems that we're learning that there isn't actually some kind of delay with GTA 6. There's been like a lot of confusion where there was like this Kotaku report claiming that the game's going to get delayed and it might even get delayed into 2026. And, it caused a lot of, I don't say like hysteria, but it just got a pretty intense reaction. And we have Jason Schreier of Bloomberg coming out and clearing some things up, as well as Tom Henderson. And then towards the end of the stream, or maybe this could change position when it comes to when we'll talk about it in the stream, is we have a really interesting opinion piece that kind of blew up a little bit from VGC, where it's basically Phil Spencer's 10-year mark as the head of Xbox and Microsoft Gaming. And the title of this opinion piece is Phil Spencer, long cast as Xbox's savior, may be remembered as the man who killed it. And some very interesting opinions coming from this article, and it, created quite the reaction. So yeah, as I said, and also I have a topic here about Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. If we have time, I will cover that as well. So yes, I was not kidding when I told you guys that we have an absolutely packed stream today. So get some snacks, get comfortable, because we have a lot to talk about. Now, before I dive into any of these topics, I do just want to let you guys know a couple of ways you can support me. First off, thank you to everybody who joins the stream live. I really appreciate you guys tuning in and showing up and showing that support. Also want to give a shout out to anybody who watches the streams later on. I know a lot of people can't make the live shows, but the fact that you still make time to watch it, it helps a lot. Do me a favor, hit that like button. We are already sitting at 77 likes. We can easily crush 100 likes. And if you want to help the stream and let me know that you guys enjoy the content, just take a second every time, hit that like button. 3 ways you can support my content directly. Oh yeah, also, Lone Wolf Gamer, my bad. We're going to be talking about Stellar Blade. I didn't have that actually up on the screen, but yes, I did play the Stellar Blade demo, and I want to give my thoughts on that as well. Forgot to add that in here. But yes, 3 ways you can support me directly. Number 1, consider becoming a channel member. Not only do you support my channel, the community, and the content directly, but you gain access to the Members Lounge. If you are already a channel member, please consider gifting channel memberships so that way other people can gain access to some of these perks and hopefully continue to support. And last but certainly not least, consider donating a super chat. Ask a question, give an opinion, make a statement, anything in between. It all helps tremendously. So thank you to everybody who helps support the content. This channel and this content is fan-funded, and without your support, it simply wouldn't be possible. Now, with that out of the way, I'm going to start with Stellar Blade. I think this is the most appropriate thing to start with because, as we know, the demo for Stellar Blade just dropped, and a lot of people are talking about it. There's a lot of controversy around Stellar Blade, which I find absolutely ridiculous and practically nauseating at this point because it's just people, please just enjoy the game for what it is. But before we dive into this, we have Lone Wolf Gamer getting us started today. Let's get some W's flowing in the chat for Lone Wolf Gamer. He drops 5 membership gifts for you guys.
Thank you.
Lone Wolf Gamer, really appreciate that, man. Give you a...
Kept you waiting, huh?
Kept you waiting for that one. Let me add that to the counter. So yeah, as I said, guys, if we hit the goal of 25, we'll bring Boston here later on. We'll give him some snacks, and we'll hang out. And we have Jake Skew 28 following up Lone Wolf Gamer, dropping a single membership gift. Jake Skew, thank you, man. Thank you for consistently dropping those membership gifts and supporting the content and supporting the channel.
It.
So already we're at 6 memberships. Love to see it. Thank you guys for the support. But yes, Stellar Blade, I need to ask you guys in the chat, how many of you guys have played the Stellar Blade demo? I gotta say, the Stellar Blade demo was actually a little bit longer than I thought. There's like this kind of midway point where I thought it ended, and then it actually didn't, and you continued playing, and I was like, oh, this is nice. And we have Exley Get Some Trismegistus making his presence known once again by dropping 5 more membership gifts, and just like that, Exley brings us up to 11 members on the day. You love to see it. Exley, thank you so much, my friend, and you know which one I got to give you.
Say hello to democracy. Get some.
There you go.
Some.
His name isn't Get Some Trismegistus for no reason. You guys still playing Helldivers 2? I've been trying to make time for it, but I've been finding that I'm playing it less and less. This past week, basically all about Rise of the Ronin, and then throwing in the Stellar Blade demo there. But yeah, actually brought us up to 11. So nice to see, guys. We have a membership train right off the bat before we really even dive into any of these topics. So the Stellar Blade demo, first things first, I like it. I like it quite a bit. As I'm playing the Stellar Blade demo, I'm finding that, number one, the game plays well, right? The gameplay is fun. I don't feel 100% comfortable with it yet, which I'm totally okay with, because I realize that, based off of the trailer that they showed, once you complete the Stellar Blade demo, it reveals that there's quite a bit in this game. There's a lot to it, and I imagine that I'll have to play it a little bit longer to feel like completely used to the combat. But from what I played so far, I'm liking the feeling of it. It's absolutely true that the combat in Stellar Blade, it is very much, I think, action-oriented, but you can't play it like you would, say, something like Devil May Cry. Like, there is a lot of action-oriented combat, but you have to be more methodical about it. You have to, honestly, not underestimate your enemies. You have to understand that they will attack you, and you have to time those attacks. And whether that's a block or a parry, if you just try to tank it and just take the hits, it's just not going to work. You're not going to be able to make it through the sections of the level. And so I also want to say this. A lot of people these days, every time a game is even just a little bit, even if it takes like 10% inspiration from like Dark Souls or Sekiro, I think people are very quick to say it's a Souls-like, it's a Souls-like. And I think people need to be careful with that, just because I think that turns some people off automatically. Where are there certain aspects of Stellar Blade, of Rise of the Ronin, that are similar to games like Dark Souls and Sekiro? Yes. But it's also incredibly different in many more ways. Even in just the way it feels to play, the game just feels completely different. So I just wanted to kind of throw this in there because, again, I see a lot of people just immediately saying, oh, I'm tired of Souls-likes, tired of games that are like Sekiro. And I just kind of want to put this out there that it does have some similarities for sure, and it takes some things, but it's also extremely different in a lot of other ways from these games. And we have our friend Matt Fu coming in, making his presence known today by dropping 10 membership gifts for you guys. I want to see some W's flowing in the chat for our good friend Matt Fu here. He drops a 10 bomb on us.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Matt, let's see, what else should I give you here? How about we do like a Jim Ryan, right?
We're gonna have the games do our talking.
Let the games. That's the quote that Jim Ryan's going to be remembered for. I'm sure he'll be remembered for other quotes, but I'll always remember Jim Ryan for saying that at the first ever PS5 event. So Matt Fu says, "Happy Easter." Well, happy Easter to you as well, man. Thank you so much for supporting the community and the channel in such a big way. So you just brought us up to 21 members on the day. Let me add that to the counter. We're just 4 away from crushing the first goal. You guys are destroying it today, right out of the gate. And I also have a super chat from Planet Schlorpian. He says, I got into Helldivers 2 with a buddy of mine from high school, and Helldivers 2 is the first game I played online with him since the Elder Scrolls Online in 2015. You love to hear it, man. You love to hear stories like that. I've seen so many people talk about Helldivers 2 in that context, where it's like it's the first game that really where they got back into multiplayer gaming. They've been out of multiplayer gaming for so long, and this is the game that kind of reeled them back in. And we have Exley Get Some Trismegistus getting us over the line, dropping another 5 memberships for you guys. And on top of that, Matt Fu, who just dropped a 10 bomb, is also dropping 5 more membership gifts. So just like that, 10 more membership gifts doled out by Matt Fu and Exley. Thank you guys so much. I need to see more W's flowing in that chat because these guys are keeping this membership train rolling along here. And yeah, just, good time to mention as we crush the first goal. If you are somebody who's receiving a membership gift, you have access to the Members Lounge. We do Members Lounges on Tuesdays and Thursdays now. Okay, so for anybody who is a channel member or is, again, receiving a membership gift, that's when we're going to be doing them. But there are plenty of previous Members Lounge episodes that you will now have access to. The last one we did was actually some more Rise of the Ronin gameplay. So be sure to go check that out. And thank you guys for continuing to support the channel. I'm going to update the member goal. And Planet Schlorpian, getting back to your super chat, man. Yeah, it's been very interesting to witness this conversation unfold around Helldivers 2, where obviously the conversation is about how it's kind of an overnight sensation. It kind of took over and no one really thought it would be this successful. But alongside that, there's been this kind of story of just so many people, so many gamers who, and I think it's because it's also a PlayStation console exclusive anyway. You know, it's a PlayStation Studios title. I think that it's kind of given way to this conversation of a lot of people where it's like, you know, it's the first time we're kind of seeing Sony do something of significance in the multiplayer space in a long time. So I'll give it a shot. And then they end up finding like, oh my God, this is actually amazing. You know, I would have missed out on this. And I've been seeing a lot of that, man. So thank you for sharing that with me, Planet Schlorpian. We also have SDO saying FF7 Rebirth over Elden Ring. Yup, I said it. SDO is looking to start some fights here. Who agrees with that? Does anybody in the chat agree or who disagrees with that? With SDO, he's saying Final Fantasy VII Rebirth over Elden Ring. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think everybody just has their own preferences. I don't think there's anything wrong with preferring FF7 over Elden Ring, but I think a lot of people probably would also choose Elden Ring over FF7 Rebirth. It's hard to say. I'm seeing some of you guys saying you do agree. Josh agrees. Henry 3K does. Unknown. That's true too. They are very different games. But here's the great news. We get both, right? We get both. You could play both and there's nothing stopping you. Well, I guess if you don't have a PS5, that kind of would stop you from playing Rebirth right now. But either way, play both. Play both. That's what I recommend. Deathcore says Elden Ring over anything. It's interesting because I saw, I think it was a Vadi Vidya. Is that how you say his name? His video that he put out talking about how to prepare for the Elden Ring DLC. And I won't lie, like I started watching it and I'm like, oh, I don't know if I can get into the Elden Ring DLC, man. Because there's so much. Like there's so much to this game. And I'll never forget my first and only playthrough of Elden Ring was straight up overwhelming, man. It took me so long to really feel like I'm even remotely adjusted to this open world Souls-like game. And by the end of it, I just felt like, man, I still feel like I'm not good at this game. But we'll see if I can get into that Elden Ring DLC. But FF7 Rebirth, obviously got to continue to work on that. But SDO, I appreciate the super chat, buddy. Oh, and I should have mentioned this earlier, and I'll mention it now because we have both Matt Fu and Exley. Their icons, their gift icons are still sitting up at the top of the chat. We do get new viewers in here, and I haven't been saying this enough. If you're new here, click Exley's icon up top or Matt Fu's icon or any other gift icon so you can opt in to receive a membership gift. I've gotten so used to not saying that I forget that, you know, that's still something some people aren't aware of. We have Unicorn Tomboy 97, a member for 7 months, saying, I'm going to pre-order Stellar Blade tonight. Very excited for the game. I believe it has potential to be a Game of the Year contender. Very interesting what you're saying here, Unicorn Tomboy, because I actually have been seeing quite a few people throwing that around, right? Saying, hey, based off of this demo, it's a very small slice of the game, but I can see it too. Like, I think it depends on how much more the game ends up doing, because you can very much tell. I think the demo is like maybe an hour and a half, or at least that's how long it took me to complete it. You can very much tell by the time you finish the demo that, yeah, there is, you can tell there's just so much more that lies ahead with this game. And you're really just scratching the surface of what Stellar Blade is going to offer. And so if it can really, I think, live up to, I guess, the high expectations that people have, and basing those expectations off of what we've seen in the trailers, yeah, it could end up being that Stellar Blade could be a Game of the Year contender. I wouldn't be completely shocked about that because the quality's there. Like, that's the thing that kind of I would say is striking me when playing the Stellar Blade demo is like knowing that Sony is heavily involved. I don't know how much of this is Sony's influence versus Sony just recognized that this is a super high quality game, but it definitely has that kind of big AAA polish to it that you would expect from a lot of Sony first party games. And again, I don't know how much of that is directly Sony's influence or if that's just what Shift Up was already achieving. But either way, I can very clearly see why Sony locked this game down and decided they want to get more involved because it has a very high quality to it, a lot of polish to it from what I could tell. The game ran perfectly as well. And we have Jake Skew 28 keeping this membership train going, dropping a second membership gift for you guys. Jake, thank you, man. You just brought us up to 32 members on the day. We are making our way to the second goal here. Yeah, it's got that triple anus. And I'm sure people are going to take that a few different ways in regards to Stellar Blade. And that's as far as I'll go with that one. But yeah, Unicorn Tomboy, it's going to be interesting when this game drops to see if it can deliver, right? If it can actually deliver in the way that a lot of people are expecting. We have Michael Lynch here with a $5 super chat saying, Jim Ryan left on good terms. If anyone needs forced retirement, it's Phil Spencer. Jeez, I'm not going to say that today, Michael. Not today. Not today. Any other time, Michael. I see what you did there. But yeah, that's actually it. I think this is what is interesting about this conversation, not to jump all over the place with the topics, but just to stick to your super chat here. Jim Ryan, yeah, a lot of people didn't like him or don't like him, right? He's gotten a lot of hate for his time being the PlayStation CEO. Meanwhile, Phil Spencer's also gotten his fair share of hate, but there's also always been this kind of like different attitude towards Phil Spencer because I think Phil was just more charismatic, I guess, if not charismatic, just more willing to talk directly to the gamer, so to speak, and the consumer. But I think over the years, people have kind of realized that Phil is just a talking head, really. He talks out of both sides of his mouth, just like any other executive that talks too much. And even Jim Ryan, we know that one of Jim Ryan's biggest mistakes as his time as the PlayStation CEO, from what I can gather, is he just sometimes would say the wrong thing where if you have any rational sensibility of like, this is how business works, this is how business executives work, you could kind of understand where he's coming from, especially if it's somebody that's not super into gaming necessarily, but people didn't take it that way, and I feel like Phil is just kind of like, he is viewed in such a better light because he just has seemingly been more willing to just come out and tell people what they want to hear, regardless of whether or not it turns out to be true or not. And don't get me wrong, that's not to say that Jim Ryan has never done that either, but it's been so far and few in between, to where I can honestly say now that Jim Ryan's retiring that one of the things that I'll always remember when thinking back during his time as the PlayStation CEO is that Sony was pretty quiet in a sense, right? Like there were even though Jim Ryan was a CEO, he really didn't talk that much. He didn't come out and do many interviews. He wasn't on stage or anything like that. He really only kind of showed up for like a minute or so during the showcases and whatnot. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. So thank you for that, Michael. We also have MRPD, a member for 9 months, saying, I'm balls deep in Rise of the Ronin right now. Pro or anti-Shogunate? And what blades do you use? Yeah, dude, I think I'm like 35 hours or so into it so far. So I've been playing it a lot. I've been trying to decide on this, like pro or anti-Shogunate. This is one of the aspects that, again, man, I feel like the people who reviewed this game, this is a really cool mechanic that I think makes this game unique, the story is way more interesting than I think people were giving it credit for, because it is like based on real history, and it kind of walks this line from what I can tell where I can't really decide exactly which one to choose, because there are interesting characters on both sides. There are interesting pro-shogunate characters and interesting anti-shogunate characters, and I just kind of feel this need to try to please everybody, I guess, but also realizing that at some point I'm clearly going to have to decide, and right now I haven't decided. Like, I think I'm leaning a little bit more towards anti-shogunate because some of those characters are very compelling, and the dynamics between them are very interesting. But yeah, it's a really cool aspect of Rise of the Ronin. What blades am I using? I've been using the Odachi for a while now, but I've been kind of experimenting with the spear. I was using the dual blades, and I kind of, at least recently, just settled on using the katana once again. And I'm trying to level that up because I just love I feel like you can't go wrong, with just a solid katana, a balanced katana. Really enjoying it, man. And I also want to say I was watching some videos about the complexity. I just want to say this. Look, I am certain that reviewers did not play this game. I don't want to say the right way, because I don't say that there's a right or wrong way to play the game. But what I mean is, I am learning with Rise of the Ronin that specifically with the weapons, with the upgrade system, with the dismantle system, with the leveling system, like it's way more complex and intricate than I had any idea. And I really do feel like a lot of reviewers just may have like blitzed through this game, not realizing that there are layers here, that if you dive deeper into it, you realize there's a lot more there. Yeah, and they got that gambling bonus game. I was playing that. That was pretty fun. I was playing that on the last stream I did of it. So yeah, I'll probably be talking more about Rise of the Ronin going forward. I'm still putting a lot of time into it. Arfin, you're saying it gets very repetitive. I mean, it does, but I will say I feel like you could say that about any game, but for me, at least with Rise of the Ronin, even in that repetition, like I'm still finding the same level of satisfaction through every repetition, if that makes sense. So I think that's what's really doing it for me. We have Planet Schlorpian once again saying, I'm very late to the Resident Evil 2 remake, but I love it, and I also started playing Infinite Wealth. I have a really bad problem of playing multiple games at once. I don't necessarily know that that's a problem if you're able to handle it, right? I mean, for me, it can definitely be a problem, but if you're the type of person that can kind of juggle multiple big games like that, I think that's a good thing because you can play more games at one time. But yes, RE2 remake, one of the best, if not the best remake ever. Phenomenal. I don't know if Capcom will be able to ever top that with a remake. I mean, RE4 I think is pretty close, but yeah, I think I got to give it to RE2 because so many things could have went wrong there and they just knocked it out of the park. And when it comes to Infinite Wealth, I heard that game is actually pretty good. So really appreciate it, Planet Schlorpian. We also have Pony up here with a $10 chat saying, from the media to Microsoft's new guidelines on female shapes in games, it seems like no one actually wants fugly characters like Manly Jaw Watson or Fable MC. These changes are being mandated. Holy shit, bro. That's the first time I heard that one. Manly Jaw Watson. Wow. Man, you guys are... There's no way you came up with that, Pony Up. You had to have read that somewhere. I will say it's actually pretty funny. It's interesting because I was scrolling through Twitter yesterday and I came across a screenshot. I don't know who posted it, but somebody was basically asking, like, what do you think of Fable's new main character? And it was this shot of the main character in the Fable reboot. And she I guess she was like sitting there eating a sandwich or something. And I was like, this character looks terrible. Like, just, I'm not even trying to be rude about it. It's like, this character's just extremely, extremely unappealing. To a degree where it's like, it's practically distracting. you know, where because you just get this sense like something here feels a little off about this character. And I won't lie, like it was that picture that they showed where it kind of made me realize, okay, I know people maybe get annoyed with these conversations and these arguments, and I get it. I get annoyed with them too. But it's like, yeah, I don't look, I don't know what they're looking to achieve, but to just get down to it, I don't think the developers are doing these games any favors with some of their character designs. That's all. Like if the goal is to target certain audiences or at the very least maximize sales potential, I don't think this is helping that. And I think that's just where I'm going to leave it because I know everybody, you know, it gets into can very easily bleed into a political discussion, which I am not having on this during this stream. But I just think that if these developers want to maximize their sales potential, you know, listen, when I play Tekken and I choose Martial Law as my main character, I think it's great that he's 10 times more jacked than I'll ever be. And I think it's badass. And it just makes me feel like, wow, what a cool character. You know, he seems pretty powerful. If they decided to make Martial Law like a twig with like no muscle and make him look super weak, I would think, wow, that's kind of disappointing. You know, that's just me. So, you know, it's just stuff like that where I think people try to, I think, demonize certain individuals for having what I would consider just pretty basic opinions that are probably more universally shared than certain people on the internet want to make it seem. And that's what I'll say about that. But Pony Up follows it up here with another super chat saying, it's an insult to the mocap actresses that put all of their effort into the character to make them look that hideous. Grums has talked a lot about this. I don't know who that is, but I did see that. Yes, I will say people were pointing out that like this is what the mocap actresses actually look like versus, you know, what they are made to look like in the games. And I will say like seeing stuff like that does make me feel strange because it's like a lot of times we see, like I think of like Troy Baker in Death Stranding 2, right? Like they're just using Troy Baker's likeness. They're not like altering. I mean, sure, like in this case, he's like wearing makeup and stuff, but they're not like altering his face and making him look like a completely different person. They're just using his character model. And when you see that in certain games, right? And you see that from certain studios, that becomes the expectation. And I don't know. It's hard to get into it because it's just like I've already made my stance on this known where, simply put, I think the previous version of Peter Parker from Spider-Man 2018 looked better and more fitting than the current face model that we're seeing for Peter Parker in Spider-Man 2. I don't think the Spider-Man 2 model looks that bad. It's just, it very much was giving me like Tom Holland vibes to where I feel like Spider-Man 2018, that face model or the way that they made his face look, it just looked different. It looked unique. It didn't, you know, it just looked like a unique version of Peter Parker that we haven't seen that isn't trying to mimic anything we've seen previously. And then with Mary Jane, it's the opposite. They went with a specific look for Mary Jane in Spider-Man 2018, and then for some reason, they changed her face in Spider-Man 2, and I'm just thinking like, well, I don't know. I just feel like you guys have things in reverse here, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. There's nothing that can be done about it. This is what they chose to do. And Pony Up, you're saying Grums is a former WoW dev from the OG days. Oh, okay. I think I might know who you're talking about. I might have seen them pop up on my feed at one point or another, but yeah, I mean, it's interesting. This conversation is naturally going to crop up when talking about Stellar Blade. That's why I wanted to be sure to make it known that the gameplay of Stellar Blade is awesome. And my hope for Stellar Blade going forward is that the conversation is mostly about the gameplay. Because if there's one thing that I walked away from with the Stellar Blade, though, I was like, yeah, Eve's character, obviously, eye candy, right? Like they purposely went in that direction, the developers anyway, and it's fine. But my main takeaway was like, this game is really good. Like this game has great gameplay. It's really fun. And I just hope that people give it the credit that it deserves. Like, I don't mind people saying, I like the way Eve looks. And I don't mind people saying, I'm not a fan of the way she looks. What I find problematic is that people want to focus too much on arguing if this is okay or not and just completely ignoring that like the game is awesome, And I would hope that people who don't like the way Eve looks or for some reason have a problem with this character model design, my hope is at the very least be objective about it and acknowledge that you don't have to like the developer's decision to make this character look the way they do, but acknowledge that the game is good. And keeping that same energy, I think people should do the same in reverse. If a developer chooses, like, let's go with Fable. Everybody says Fable's main character looks absolutely hideous. I'm in agreement. But if the game is awesome and the gameplay is awesome, I will still be able to give it that objective credit where you made what I think is a appalling looking character for some reason, but the game is really good to play and the gameplay is fun. So I'll give it credit for that. I just think people need to be more fair and more objective with these conversations, on both sides. That's all. Because at the end of the day, these are video games, and I feel like we can acknowledge all these different aspects of them. It's like, certain side missions, the way characters look, decisions that studios are making, and that's all fine, well, and good. We do need to acknowledge that stuff, but we also just need to make sure we acknowledge the most important thing, which is, hey, like, how is the game? Like, is it fun to play or not? That's all. And a lot of people are doing that as well, to be clear. Not to just point out the people who are ignoring that. There are a lot of people doing that. Let me see here. We have Planet Schlorpian with another super chat. And hold on. Before I read the super chat, we got Titus coming in, dropping a membership gift, keeping the membership train going. And on top of that, we have MASH coming in, and MASH drops a 20 bomb for you guys. MASH coming in out of nowhere, making his presence known and felt in this stream. He just crushes it by dropping a 20 on you guys. And just like that, we hit the second goal today, guys. So not only will you be getting boss towards the end of the stream and some snacks, a boss hangout session, also be getting some reps as well, because we are now sitting at 53 members. You guys are absolutely crushing it today. So MASH, thank you so much for that, man. Thank you for that generous 20 bomb. And Titus, thank you for that membership gift as well. Let me update this member goal, and we'll continue with the conversation here. Like I said, we have a packed show today, so I don't know how long the stream's going to be, but we haven't even moved on from the first topic yet. Not a bad problem to have, though. I'd rather have too much to talk about than too little. So let me just update this, and we'll be good to go. Boom. There you go. 53 members, just like that. Love to see it, guys. By the way, as we continue this conversation, guys, we have over 420 people here. Take a second and hit that like button. It helps the streams way more than you know. So really appreciate that. I think the air is really dry today. Notice my throat's getting like raspy. All right, we have Planet Schlorpian again saying, MBG, I'm far flabbier than you, but I'm happy we both have amazing, gorgeous locks of hair. I'm more 80s Paul Reiser, and you're more 80s Kurt Russell, LOL. Yeah, exactly. There you go. That's exactly how I describe it. I'm 80s Kurt Russell, in case you can't tell. It should be obvious. I love that, Planet Schlorpian. I mean, to be fair, though, to be fair. I maybe there is some truth to that when I'm wearing the wig, right? I don't wear it often. I've only wore it like 2 or 3 times. The mullet. Show us the hair. You've seen it before. That's what's under my hat. If you've seen the, long flowing brown hair, that's real. I know I just said it was a wig a moment ago, but pay no attention to that. I love how Leo Line's like, wait, what wig? Go, Leo, if you really want to know, go back to the 2023 PlayStation Showcase. It'll all make sense. Titus with a super chat as well. He says here, hey, MBG, just got into the stream. Happy Easter. I hope MBG, little MBG, I read that wrong. I hope Mrs. MBG and little MBG and you are all doing fine. P.S. I agree with your Spider-Man face option. Well, thank you for that, Titus, and I'm glad you could join us today. Happy Easter to you as well. And yes, me and the family are doing well. So I really appreciate all that, dude. And Titus, I appreciate the support you continue to show the channel and the community here, man. We need more mullet streams. We'll see what the future holds. Dark Demon Media, member for 12 months, says, my blood sister passed away Thursday. She got me into my first real console, the PS1 and Tomb Raider 1. So in her honor, I'm playing Tomb Raider Remastered 1 through 3. Well, I'm sorry for your loss, Dark Demon Media, but that is a nice story. I think we all kind of have our own story of how we got into gaming. I mean, most of us here into PlayStation. And I think a lot of us either started with the PS1 or if not started with the PS1, maybe the PS1 is what really kind of changed it for you. And so I think that's a really nice thing you're doing, playing the Tomb Raider Remastered collection, Tomb Raider 1 through 3. It's interesting because you mentioned Tomb Raider and Jim Ryan, I guess just to kind of like, meld these topics together here. He actually name dropped Tomb Raider when he was talking about his 30 years, where he was like, Tomb Raider 1 was such a huge reason why the PS1 was a success and why it appealed to so many people. And it's just, I just find it interesting that all these things kind of come full circle, where I hear him say that the other day, and then you come in and you say that your sister, she was the one who kind of got you into it with Tomb Raider 1 and the PS1. So interesting stuff there, Dark Demon Media. And again, I'm sorry for your loss. Very unfortunate. We have JJ2 Sad, a member for 5 months, saying, let's be honest, attractive women have been shamed for being unnatural and underrepresented by I almost said fugly, ugly feminists in gaming. There is some truth to this, JJ2 Sad. Yes, again, I'm not going to delve deep into it, but there is absolutely some truth to that. Now, to be fair, JJ2 Sad, and this is where the real problem lies, and I hope more people realize this and open their eyes to this, because the more people that open their eyes to this, the easier it will be for everybody to get along and hopefully just find what I would call a reasonable, rational, adult compromise or middle ground, right? This is true. Attractive women are like in certain circles basically being shamed and being labeled unnatural and unrealistic, even though that's just how they naturally look, right? And they're like kind of practically made to feel bad about it. We do need to also acknowledge, though, that there have been plenty of examples of sexism in the gaming industry, like in all different corners for different reasons. And the problem, here's the thing. The problem is that you're seeing basically two extreme groups of people get angry at each other. And their logic, unfortunately, is the answer is to do the complete opposite, to go in the complete opposite direction. And that's just wrong, because that's not the answer. The answer is to be reasonable about it. Here's how I view it. We should, if everybody could just say, you know what? Eve, the character model, for Stellar Blade, and the way that the choices that the devs made for Eve, perfectly okay. Simultaneously, the choices that the developers made for, I don't know if this main character has a name or not, but the main character, Fable, that's okay too. And then from that point, just decide which game you want to spend your money on. Maybe you say, I like the way Eve looks better, and that game looks more appealing to me overall. I'm going to buy that game. And maybe I don't buy, the other one. Or maybe I buy Fable because maybe I don't care how the character looks, but I like the gameplay of Fable better, so I buy that. Or maybe you buy both. But the point is, people should just let it go, man. Like this idea of like one side has to be more dominant over the other. It doesn't have to work like that. All of these things can exist, and it's okay. Because the truth is, neither of these things are really that offensive. And that to me is what bothers me about these conversations and how intense people get about them on the internet. I know people are doing their digging, right? They're trying to find out who are these people working in these studios? What are these people saying on their personal Twitter accounts? And I get all that. But I'm not interested in that, to be completely honest. I'm just not. I'm just a consumer and a gamer where I look at the games and I see what they're showing me and I judge whether or not I'm going to play those games based off of what they're showing me, right? And neither of these things are that offensive to me. Like, I can look at the character of Eve in Stellar Blade and say, well, yeah, I see what you're doing there. Like, I have eyes. Yes, I can see what you're doing with this character. I don't have a problem with it. It's fine. If anything, maybe that is more appealing to me. And then on the other hand, I see the character of Fable. And it's like, I still have eyes. Like, I can see what you're doing with this character. And it's much less appealing to me. But at the end of the day, how offended am I really? I'll tell you right now, I'm not offended by what the devs are doing with Eve. And I don't see why anybody would be offended. And I'm also, to be honest, not offended what Microsoft is doing. I'm offended by Microsoft's, like you're saying here, because you're saying like, attractive women are like being shamed for just looking that way and having curves. I am offended by what we learned about Microsoft's, it's not like a mandate, but their suggestion where it's like, try not to make characters look like this. Like that shit doesn't fly with me. Like, just let them make the characters the way that they want to make them, because you trying to suggest that, like, what are you suggesting? That we shouldn't make characters look attractive? That it's problematic if a woman in a game has big breasts? Like, really? Like, that's what we're going for? So that I'm bothered by. But the actual character in Fable doesn't really bother me that much because I just look at it and I say, wow, that's a fucking ugly looking character. That sucks. But what's the game like? It reminds me of the whole conversation that people have with like Aloy. Like, I remember when Horizon Forbidden West was shown for the first time, I thought the gameplay was fucking awesome. I'm like, dude, this shit looks insane. Are you guys seeing this? I'm hyped for this game. And I'm like going to the internet. Remember, everybody's like talking about, oh my God, Aloy's so ugly, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, did you guys see any of that? Like, did you see any of the gameplay that they just put out there? So I guess the real thing I'm trying to suggest here, and I know it's not popular opinion because it doesn't necessarily drive the clicks and it doesn't necessarily create the most engaging conversations, but I am honestly just of the mind, if it bothers you and you have a problem with it, then you know what? Walk away from it. Don't give them your time. Don't give them your attention. And certainly don't give them your money. Instead, give your time, attention, and money to something that does appeal to you. And I guess what I'm encouraging is people just drop the arguments, drop the bickering, because you're not going to change somebody's opinion, especially by, being assertive about it. It's just not going to happen. Just go towards what you find appealing and encourage that. I guess that's the best advice I could give. Let me see here. We have Planet Schlorpian once again. He says, MJ, Aloy, and Abby aren't ugly so much as they're just less conventionally attractive. Thinking they're too ugly to play the game is shallow AF, in my opinion. NTS, I don't like sexy women, but balance is key. Or not to say I don't like sexy women, but balance is key. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, it's the reality of life. Like, in real life, there are beautiful people, there are average looking people, and there are ugly people. That's just the way it is. I didn't make the rules. I didn't decide that that's how it has to be. That's just the way it is. Is it rude to call somebody ugly? Yes, it is. Can it make somebody who is maybe insecure about how they look feel bad if all the focus is on the person who is very clearly more attractive? Yes, and I understand these things. I understand that this is how it's always been, and everybody just wants to feel equal on an equal playing field where it's like, I don't want to feel like I'm ugly or less attractive than that person over there, or I would like to have the same amount of attention and get the same looks that that person over there gets, but that's just not how life works. And the more you try to artificially, I guess even the playing field, so to speak, you're just going to rub people the wrong way and ultimately send the wrong message. And if anything, by trying to even that playing field, you're bringing even more attention to something that if your goal is to bring less attention to it, well, congratulations, you're now doing the opposite. You see? And that's why I think, like, what you're saying, you mentioned MJ, Aloy, and Abby. I think it's funny because, like, if you look at Abby's face, she looks pretty normal to me. I think the thing that got people's attention with Abby was, like, her physique is like, whoa, okay, it's a really intimidating, like, muscular female. Not something you really see that often in games, to be honest. Like, especially games like this, right, where it's like post-apocalyptic and whatnot. But I'm mostly in agreement, right? Like, Aloy, I don't see anything wrong. MJ, again, my whole thing with MJ is that they changed her face. If that is how MJ looked from the first game, she still would have gotten some criticism, but people would have been way more accepting of it because it's just like, okay, that's what they chose to make MJ look like. Insomniac, I think, created a totally unnecessary problem by actively deciding we're going to change her look and tweak it to where she looks a little bit less attractive than she did in the first game. Like, that makes no sense to me. Like, I really just don't understand why they would do that. Because like, people are going to absolutely notice. They're like absolutely going to hone in on that. But I agree. Balance is key. You don't have to go too extreme in any direction. But if you're going to, then who cares? People will decide. Michael Werneth, a member for 5 months, says, Michael, this is interesting. You're saying 800-8135. What is this? What is this, Michael? You must explain. Now you're making me feel like I shouldn't have read that. Anyway, look. Is it your phone number? No, I don't think it would be his phone number. Uh-oh. Michael Werneth, he replies with 4 Mark Cerny emojis. Uh-oh. Oh, is that what it's supposed to be? Okay. I didn't know that. Okay. I see what you did, Michael. I see. Michael makes it known. and what a great way to end it. What a great way to end it. We'll just end it on that note. No, but I'll wrap this up. I think we got a little too involved, or we put too much emphasis, I should say, on the conversation around how characters look in games. And again, it's understandable. I know that it's hard to avoid this part of the conversation, considering so many people are focused on this with a game like Stellar Blade. But before I move on to the next topic, which will be about PS5 games actually running better on the Series, or on the, Xbox games running better on the PS5 than the Series X, my conclusive thoughts here are simply this. I downloaded the Stellar Blade demo. I played it. It's very promising. I don't feel totally comfortable with it yet. I feel like I have to play it longer to really get into the combat. But when it comes to the way it feels, it's fluid. I was playing it in performance mode. Graphically, it looks good. It performed well. I had fun during the combat. It seems like the areas are pretty linear, but you can also find quite a few like side areas, I guess you could say, where there's like some bonus enemies and some unlockables, and there are a couple puzzles and whatnot. And so, yeah, the game, it seems very, very promising right now. It's definitely going to be a day one buy for me. And yeah, I highly recommend, if you have a PS5, consider downloading this demo and giving it a shot. And I think, I don't know that I'm willing to say that it's going to be a Game of the Year contender yet. I feel like I do need to play more of it in order to figure that out. But it's showing a lot of promise. And I think Shift Up, they have something special here. And I think Sony also might have something special by partnering here with Shift Up. So, yeah. All right. With that first topic done, we are moving on to the next topic, which is PS5 is running Xbox games better than the Xbox Series X. As I said earlier, I don't know how we got to this point. If you would have told me this at the beginning of this generation, hey, MBG, just so you know, in 2024, Microsoft's going to start releasing some of their games onto PlayStation 5. And not only that, but the PlayStation 5 is going to actually have the superior versions of these games. I don't know what I would have said. Probably you're nuts, right? Impossible. No way. Not a chance. You're trolling me. But here we are. This is the situation. So first, I'm going to point out Digital Foundry, Hi-Fi Rush, PS5 review, plus Xbox multi-platform releases, the story so far. So we're going to bring this up here. All right. So we can see it. So everybody can see this. I'll move myself over here.
Xbox exclusives are making their way to PS5 and Nintendo Switch, it's clear that Microsoft is testing the water for releasing more of its library on other consoles, a shift in strategy that Phil Spencer and the Xbox leadership team discussed recently in a video podcast. There's history in Microsoft supporting Nintendo Switch already, of course, with games like Hellblade and the Ori titles, but the move to PlayStation 5, a more direct rival in terms of power spec, is unexpected and more contentious. What we have today then here is prior Xbox exclusive Hi-Fi Rush running on PlayStation 5, and for games like this, lower profile titles that aren't exactly AAA juggernauts, they look set to gain a new lease of life on competing console hardware. It's also simply an excellent game. The rhythm-based combat, the decimated animation, all coming together here to create a unique, stylish experience. Giving titles like this, like Hi-Fi Rush, more of a chance to find a bigger audience can only be a good thing for the games themselves, and equally could even help evangelize the Xbox platform to a wider audience. So far, the chosen games to be ported to PS5 are just a handful, a quartet. They also arrive well after a year or more of exclusivity on Xbox systems too. We have Hi-Fi Rush from Tango Gameworks in the line of sight for review today. Previously, we've seen Obsidian's narrative adventure game Pentiment make the jump to PS5, while the same developer is also preparing Grounded for its debut on the Sony hardware. Developer Rare's Sea of Thieves is also set to arrive on PS5 this April, which is also obviously an excellent opportunity to expand the audience of a celebrated live service game. By moving Xbox exclusive games onto PS5, the opportunities are big, but I'd argue that Microsoft is treading a fine line here, and it's crucial that it gets it right. What we've noticed are a series of issues with certain games being ported over, at least initially, where the PS5 versions offer advantages over their Xbox counterparts. The extent of these advantages varies from game to game, from the irrelevant to the curious to something a bit more worrying. And I think the point we want to make here is that when the idea of Xbox going multi-platform is so contentious, arguably they should be doing a better job. Microsoft markets the Xbox Series X as the most powerful games console on the market, so the idea that its PS5 titles are in any way better than the Series X versions isn't a terribly good look.
I agree.
Focusing on Hi-Fi Rush today, something unusual caught our eye then. For the most part, PS5 gets a carbon copy of the existing Series X game as it should be. They sport matching textures, anisotropic filtering, and world detail. Nothing to split them, except this shot raised an eyebrow. As you can see, the shadow quality on PS5 is improved compared to the original Xbox Series X version. It's not a one-off case either, in that it applies across all of the game's dynamic shadows for the environment and characters. The higher resolution of shadows on PS5 allows for more precise shadow definition on fine details, like the mesh pattern on fences here. We have none of the breakup, the aliasing, or the pixelation we see on the lower Series X setting, which in itself is at least a boost over the Series S in quality. To be clear, shadows are the only tangible difference between the two consoles. Otherwise, they both run Hi-Fi Rush at 60 frames per second. It's the same 60 FPS readout as Series X has always been.
They're also not mentioning that the PS5 version has DualSense
support. The fact that there is this advantage on the PS5 version is, in principle, very odd, and most likely an oversight. Seeing the PC version in action, for instance, on its top shadow settings adds some context here. Simply put, the PC release runs at an equivalent shadow setting to Series X, even when it's fully maxed out. We get the same level of breakup on PC, even on that high shadow preset, whether you're playing the Steam version or the Microsoft Store version. We did some extra sleuthing on this too. Using the Unreal Engine Unlocker, the value for the R.shadow quality setting is listed as 5 for both Steam and the Microsoft Store versions, which is the highest possible in Unreal Engine 4. Regardless, the current result is PS5 gets away with a higher setting than all other releases, though quite why this is the case is a mystery.
So
it's possibly a bug common to both Xbox and PC development environments, but the point is we're seeing too many inexplicable issues like this, and it's not just limited to Hi-Fi Rush. It's affecting a range of games on Xbox.
So this is crazy, dude. Like literally the best version of Hi-Fi Rush is on the PS5, not even on PC, on the PS5. And I agree with what Digital Foundry said here. They're saying that, sure, maybe it could be a bug, but they're like, that's not the point. The point is, we continue to see this. Like, this has been, like, even if it is a bug or some kind of glitch or whatever, like, it's just something that continuously happens. It happens over and over and over again. Now it's literally happening with Xbox first-party games on PS5. Insanity, dude. Like, look, am I saying that you should freak out because the PS5 version of Hi-Fi Rush has like a slight advantage and you know, slightly better shadows and DualSense support? No, but it's hard not to like acknowledge the elephant in the room here, which is that's a Microsoft developed game, dude. And the Series X was marketed as the world's most powerful console. There is no reason in the world why this should be the case. And if I was an Xbox player, I would literally be looking at Phil Spencer and saying, are you fucking kidding me, Phil? Like, are you actually kidding me right now? It's not good. It's not a good look. Let me see what the other sections of this video are. Yeah, we'll just finish it out here. It's not very long.
It began with Ghostwire Tokyo, which released on Xbox a year after its prior timed exclusivity with PlayStation 5. At this point, developer Tango Gameworks was an Xbox first-party studio, and yet, despite the extra year to work on an Xbox Series X release, arriving in April 2023,
game's good, by the way.
The game was
Ghostwire
tangibly
Tokyo.
worse than the existing PlayStation 5 version released in 2022. Even to this day, running brand new tests on the performance modes on each, using their 120Hz outputs, PS5 still has a visible frame rate lead. The difference is by as much as 10 frames per second, and will be entirely hidden if running on a 60Hz display, obviously. But it was the case then, and still is the case. Equally, we still see other key advantages on PS5 today that aren't addressed. The quality mode's ray tracing features, the RT reflections, still run at a high quality level on PS5. Plus, the issues with misaligned shadows on Series X that Oliver caught in his original tech review still aren't addressed. Again, all of this is despite the extra year of development for Xbox, and the year that's gone by since. It doesn't send out the right message to the Xbox audience, that the more powerful console is underperforming compared to the PlayStation competition.
That's crazy, dude. That's crazy to me. Like, they still
Other
haven't
more easily avoidable issues
fixed
have
it
also
or
emerged.
made it better.
Here's Pentiment running on its PS5 launch build in February 2024. It released with a unique 120Hz mode on Sony's platform, which was not present on Xbox Series X at the time. Let's be clear, 120 FPS is not exactly an essential feature given the type of game Pentiment is. 60 FPS is absolutely fine, but still, it is functionality on PS5 that simply was not available to Xbox Series X for the entire year prior. Xbox systems all ran at 60 FPS at best, up to that point anyway, and its no-show on Microsoft's hardware was described at the time as a bug. Fortunately, since the game's PS5 launch, the 120Hz mode has been patched into Series X as well.
They were like,
giving it
shit,
the
we
same
gotta patch this in,
120Hz
boys.
support. It runs just as you might expect it would too, matching the PS5 with the same small blips under. Curiously, the game's title screen sequence, which is taxing and drops performance well below 120 on PS5, now shows a Series X advantage here.
Well, at least Pentiment is doing it right.
That there are drops
Jeez.
at all here is a surprise given that Pentiment is a Unity-based, dialogue-driven adventure. But the upshot is, Xbox does make the most of its newly added 120Hz mode. Even so, given the contentious nature of Microsoft's multi-platform plans, the whole episode is a PR faux pas that simply shouldn't have happened in the first place. Hopefully, and as with Pentiment's 120Hz issue, the shadow discrepancy seen in Hi-Fi Rush will get addressed too. In seeing both games roll out in this manner, there's the sense that these issues are avoidable with more care in the QA process. At the same time, there is also still some ambiguity about the real-world advantages of Xbox Series X over PlayStation 5, which may explain the issues we're seeing in Ghostwire Tokyo.
All right, I think that's where. Oh wait, hold on. There's one more section. One more section I want to watch, and then we'll
On the
get
plus
this off the
side,
screen.
there are scenarios, of course, where the Series X spec advantage is still obvious to see. Looking back over the many games we've tested over this generation so far, its 12 teraflop RDNA 2 architecture has at times exceeded PS5's 10 teraflop spec with better performance. It's a translation from on-paper specs to on-screen results you'd expect. We saw it happen with a Plague Tale Requiem's 120Hz mode to a great extent. On last testing, Series X had a 10 to 20 FPS lead over PS5 with performance fully
I have
unlocked.
to
The
bring
results
out
were, and
a Plague
still
Tale,
are,
like-
rather stark in direct
it's not
comparison.
that bad, guys.
Another memorable case is Resident Evil 8, which, in using its ray tracing mode, showed another advantage on Xbox in targeting 60 FPS. Neither it or PS5 could truly lock at 60 here, but Series X at least enjoys more frames to work with on a VRR display. On the other hand, the last few years of Digital Foundry work have revealed a wide range of games where the smaller GPU and slower CPU on PS5 somehow routinely offers up palpable advantages
The
over
smaller
Series X.
GPU and
A big
slower
case in
CPU
point is this
somehow
test, where we got
yield
Cyberpunk
better results
2077's
more
internal PC
frequently.
benchmarks running on both console versions, where PS5 shows an
I
advantage.
don't know. That's a funny ass sentence, dude.
Clearly, there's much more to performance on these consoles than the basic specs are telling us. But even so, whether it's the bugs or the more serious issues found in games like Ghostwire Tokyo, Microsoft should be held to a higher standard when it comes to its multi-platform output. Where there is sensitivity around the idea that exclusive games may jump to rival platforms, it just makes sense to ensure that Xbox versions are as performance and feature complete in every way as the PlayStation 5 version.
Yeah.
It's also crucial that Microsoft maintains a reputation that Xbox is the best place to play its own games, especially so as it seems clear that more games will transition to PlayStation in due course. On that note, we'll soon have a hands on more Xbox titles coming to PlayStation 5, like Obsidian's Grounded and Rare Sea of Thieves. Much like Hi-Fi Rush, they're both Unreal Engine 4 titles, and so it'll be interesting to see how they
Yes,
translate.
it will be.
But that's a
Yes,
video
it
for
will
another
be.
day.
All right. So, wanted to make sure you guys saw the whole thing. At the end here, they basically just say that Hi-Fi Rush is still a great game either way, and you should play it. I can't speak to that, but yeah, I mean, I find it strange, to be honest, like how few people are seemingly talking about this. And I want to emphasize when I say talking about this, not losing their minds over it, not freaking out about it, but just simply talking about the reality that, like, here's what I want you to picture. I want you to picture this the other way around. I want you to picture that it's Sony bringing some of their older games that they released a year or two ago, or, in the case of Sea of Thieves a while ago, bringing some of their games over to Xbox. And then we are seeing these Digital Foundry analysis videos, and we are finding out that the Series X versions of some of these PlayStation games are actually running and performing better, even if it's slightly. They have some kind of advantage over the PlayStation versions. First off, PlayStation fans would be furious. Second off, people would be losing it. People would be talking about how, oh my God, Sony's the worst. I can't believe they would do this. You know, it just goes to show like Xbox is better. People would be losing it if it was the other way around. And right now, people are just kind of acting like this is, you know, like an inconsequential thing. And it's like, I would argue it's actually very consequential. Because this, to me, bleeds into the larger conversation and the larger problem with the Xbox brand, with the Xbox leadership. And that is exactly what a lot of Xbox fans have been feeling pretty much for a while now, but especially since last month, which is Microsoft is treating Xbox players, Xbox console players and buyers as like second or third class citizens. We are now witnessing Microsoft treating PlayStation players, people who actively decided to not buy their console, but buy the competitor's console instead. They're being treated better than actual Xbox owners. And I just think it's sad. And if I was Phil Spencer, dude, I would be furious about this. I would literally go to Bethesda and be like, what the hell? Like, what the hell? But don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if one day we find out that this is all done intentionally. And I say this because think about it. What was one of Sony's biggest arguments against Microsoft acquiring publishers, specifically with Activision? And it was something that Sony really held on to, and Microsoft was desperate to say, no, that's not the case. It was that, you know, hey, Microsoft could throttle their games, potentially. You know, yeah, downgraded ports, stuff like that, giving us worse versions. I've already come to the conclusion that Microsoft's goal here is ultimately to buy more publishers, to acquire more studios and development teams. At the end of the day, I think that's their end goal. They want, believe it or not, I think they do want to continue to grow. And I think that stuff like this, what we're going over right now, PS5 runs games, Xbox games better than Series X. This is literally stuff Microsoft will be able to weaponize in court. Again, in the long run, against regulators potentially, or against anybody that tries to bring this up as a reason. Maybe Sony would be the one, right? But then again, maybe Sony wouldn't be the one because, I mean, they're literally getting... I mean, if you're Sony, you can't argue this, right? Like, we are getting your games and we're getting better versions. But somebody here mentions... They were saying here, too long, didn't watch. It's a locked 60 FPS and features improved shadows over the Series X and PC. They also forget to mention the game is native 4K and it also supports DualSense features. So, yeah, man, it's a wild scenario that, again, I would have never imagined in a million years. This is what we'd be looking at, where, you know, it starts with Microsoft says we are bringing some of our games to PlayStation. Everybody's like, holy shit, didn't see that coming. You know, this is a major shift. We're getting an interview from Phil Spencer. Oh, you know what? Let's shift gears here for a second. Let's shift gears here for 1 second, okay? I got somewhat of a bone to pick with Phil Spencer. If you guys tuned into not my last stream, but the one prior to that, we went over an extensive Phil Spencer interview that he did with Polygon. And after thinking about that interview a little bit more, it made me realize that if you read between the lines, this is basically what Phil Spencer said. Big AAA exclusives are bad. Consoles are bad because they're not growing. The market isn't growing. And exclusives are also bad. Now, let me ask you, look at all three of those things that he's basically saying. These are bad things. Like, this is why the industry sucks right now, guys. That was what Phil Spencer was being asked about. Phil, let's talk about the state of the industry. What's going on? Well, there's a couple things. Exclusives are not good anymore. They're only hurting. And it's like, well, hold on. They're not good for you anymore. But see, this right here is what I fucking cannot stand about the Microsoft business and the Xbox brand and this fucking leadership team at Xbox. This type of arrogant ass behavior where this is our situation. And so what we need to do and what is necessary for us to do to keep our business afloat and to keep it justified, we're going to project that onto the entire industry and make it seem like the rest of the industry also needs to abide by this as well. And if you don't, you're the bad guy. That shit pisses me off because think about it. All the things he mentioned, big AAA exclusives, exclusive games in general, and consoles, these are the three things that Nintendo and Sony succeed at. Granted, I would say the only main difference between Sony and Nintendo here is that Sony is probably more on the side of big AAA expensive exclusives. I think Nintendo puts a lot of money into their games, but I don't think they're putting like $200 million into their games, unless I'm mistaken. But it's like, of course, how convenient, Phil, how convenient that these three things that are the reason why PlayStation, why Nintendo, why their consoles, why their business, why their platforms are succeeding. And these three things are why your platform is shrinking and eroding and crumbling. Of course, these are the three things you're going to say in an interview, well, this is what's wrong with the industry today. Now, granted, I will give Phil at least this credit. He did bring up the pandemic, but he like kind of glossed over it as if it was just some like, minor thing. No, that is the thing. Let's not fucking mince words here. The pandemic completely fucking wrecked this industry. And that's why it's in the process of rebalancing itself and getting back to stability and balance. Scary, man. And I think it's just scary that Phil is out here saying this shit while he's releasing some of these Xbox games on PlayStation, and we're seeing these games are better optimized for PS5. So I think if I had to guess, I think there is some, look, I can't help but see it this way. I don't trust Microsoft. I'm not saying I trust Sony, but I at least with Sony, like, and Nintendo, like Sony and Nintendo both kind of give you a feeling of like, we're in this for the money. Like, we will be professional and cordial and all that, but it's like, we know that. And Microsoft, I don't know why, man. Microsoft just continues. They just continue to go down this road of like trying to convince people of things and no matter, and just spinning a narrative where no matter what, Xbox and Microsoft are always on the right side on this, in this industry. And, you know, I'm glad to see that at least more people are beginning to wake up to this bullshit and realizing that actually, hold on a second, maybe Microsoft isn't actually that good because, well, this kind of leads me to this article that I wanted to read to you guys. We will certainly be talking more about PlayStation, but I had to cover this because I found it incredibly interesting. This was an opinion piece written up by VGC where it says Phil Spencer, long cast as Xbox's savior, may be remembered as the man who killed it. Hit Points is a free newsletter from former Edge editor Nathan Brown, so he's delivering the commentary here. Phil Spencer spoke to the press at GDC last week, offering some context/spin on Microsoft's recent maneuvers, while dropping a few non-customary hints about the Xbox division's future plans. I take one issue with this. I'm no longer sure Xbox has much of a future to speak of. Moreover, I think Phil Spencer, for so long cast as Xbox's savior, may ultimately be remembered as the man who killed it. Speaking to Polygon, which has chopped the interview up into multiple news pieces, in the classic early 2010 style, Spencer lamented that the game industry simply isn't growing enough, explaining that all of Microsoft's recent moves, the acquisition of Activision Blizzard concessions, the decision to take Xbox exclusives to PS5 and or Switch, the layoffs have been designed to counter this unavoidable, irrefutable truth. Without new customers, Spencer says everybody else's customer is your success state. You can't succeed unless you draw in customers from other publishers and other platforms, and because you're not finding new customers with the games that you're building, everybody is kind of fighting over the same size pie. When you have an industry that is projected to be smaller next year in terms of players and dollars, you get a lot of publicly traded companies that are in the industry that have to show their investors growth, because why else does somebody own a share of someone's stock if it's not going to grow? The side of the business that then gets scrutinized is the cost side, because if you're not going to grow the revenue side, the cost side becomes challenged. Now, look, Spencer is right to a degree. And if this were coming from a punter, a rank and file developer at a random game dev studio, or a modestly successful newsletter idiot, it would be a fair comment. But Phil, mate, I'm sorry to have to point this out to you, but you're the head of Xbox. I'm not sure you get to pin all of this on the macroeconomic this and that, you know? You have had, I think it's fair to say, a degree of agency in all of this. Indeed, there are maybe half a dozen people with the power to actually change the shape of the games industry, and for the last 10 years, you have been one of them. I do not see much point in dwelling on how we got here, because I think it is quite obvious to all what's gone wrong. All of Phil Spencer's big bets, the pivot to subscriptions, the variable hardware SKUs, the spending spree of studio acquisitions were contingent on Xbox not just being, to borrow the Xbox tagline, the best place to play, but the best place to play the best games. If there's one lesson we can take away from the Phil Spencer era, it's that you can enact all the disruptive change you like, but you cannot disprove the industry's oldest truth. Great games sell consoles. $100 billion later, Xbox still doesn't have them. If anything, I would argue its first-party output has gotten worse since the shopping spree began, and its struggles are, as such, no surprise at all. Spencer spent part of his Polygon interview musing airily about a dedicated Xbox handheld, which I'm sure seems like a no-brainer in a world where Steam Deck exists, but I imagine it will be an alarming prospect for a development community that is slowly cottoning onto the fact that making games for Xbox is too much of a faff given the tepid rewards on offer. And then it basically goes on to discuss what we already talked about, how, game devs are becoming kind of worried about whether or not it's worth actually taking time to make Xbox versions, to optimize those versions. But let's continue on here. It says, I would love to have I think it's say Switch library on a console. Don't get me wrong, but if Spencer thinks that's going to move the needle in any meaningful way, talking about, the handheld, then I have some magic beans to sell him. And if he thinks that this is a two-way street, the first step on a journey that ends with Game Pass on PS5, Switch, and Steam, then he has truly lost the plot. Taking former exclusives to rival platforms is yet more short-term thinking. Sure, it may pump the numbers a bit, but each new port is one less reason for a potential new customer to buy an Xbox, and one more reason for Xbox owners to switch sides and abandon the platform for good. Once again, I cannot see a way in which this ends with Xbox, as we know it today at least, getting stronger. Let us assume charitably that Sea of Thieves sells 5 million copies at $40 a pop when it launches on PS5 next month. Let us be even more charitable and pretend that means $200 million in revenue for Microsoft, ignoring distribution and marketing, Sony's platform cut, and the cost of making the port in the first place. Last quarter, $200 million could have increased Microsoft's revenue by about 0.3%. That is merely a rounding error for a company of this size. And where the health of its gaming division is concerned, it's a little more than sticking plaster. To be clear, I feel bad for Spencer. He seems like a decent guy. I think he's coming to this with the best of intentions, and in a parallel universe where every horse he backed romped home, he would be credited with transforming and perhaps even saving the gaming industry. In another, where instead of spending $70 billion on Activision Blizzard, and he spent it on 230 odd games with the same budget as Spider-Man 2, perhaps Xbox is flying. But in our world, he has spent 10 years and gargantuan amounts of money taking Xbox from third place to third place. Fuck, dude, this guy is not playing around. Let's read that line again. In our world, he has spent 10 years and gargantuan amounts of money taking Xbox from third place to third place, and that is not the market's fault. If the writing isn't on the wall for Xbox as a whole, then it certainly could be for him. God damn. Couldn't have said it better myself. See, I'm glad to see that there are individuals out there in this industry that see the truth, that can see through the bullshit, where it's like, listen, it's not about Xbox dying. It's not about wanting Xbox to die. It's just about calling the facts here. And the fact of the matter is, Phil Spencer has been leading the charge for Xbox for a fucking decade. And that last line is the most true thing that is spoken. It has done nothing. Phil has done nothing but spend nearly $100 billion to take Xbox from third place to third place. And it's, I think that it ends with Phil, man. I do. I think the reason why Phil hasn't been fired, to be completely honest, I think the reason why Phil still has a job as the head of Xbox and the head of Microsoft Gaming is because I think the higher ups at Microsoft, that being Satya Nadella and Amy Hood, I think they know that Phil is on board at the end of the day, where it's like, Phil, we're done with the console, bro. Like, we know you tried, and we know that you were put in this position, but we're just going to go third party, and you're going to have to be okay with that, and you're going to be in charge of that. And I think it's pretty clear that, like, Phil Spencer is like, yeah, I'll be cool with that. But I think it's really the marketing, man. Like, I think one of the most important highlights from this article is exactly what annoyed me about Phil Spencer's interview. It's that, and this is the difference between Sony and Microsoft, by the way, for those wondering. I know people shit on Sony a lot, and don't get me wrong, Sony's not perfect. Certainly not. Like, they've made their fair share of mistakes, and we call them out for it. But I'm not reading some fucking bullshit interview from Jim Ryan or anybody else at Sony that's out here trying to say, well, let me tell you what's wrong with the industry, and then basically highlighting all of the things their competitors are doing and saying that's what's wrong with it. Or not taking any of the blame and just kind of pretending like, we didn't really have a hand in this. No. Instead, we see Sony coming out, talking to their investors, being like, we need to get a hold of Bungie. We're having problems with Bungie. We're having problems with money. We need to get our budgets in check. We need to be more efficient, right? Like, we need to improve. And this year, we don't really have a major title. Just giving it to us straight. Like, it sucks. It's a bitter pill to swallow, but it's like, okay. Hope you get, oh, by the way, we got to cancel some shit. And, that's it. It's just they're giving it to you straight. To where it's like, on the Microsoft side of things, they're coming out here. They're starting to bring their games to competing consoles. They're trying to put out the fires that I just feel like it's all coming back around for Microsoft. It was always going to happen this way, where for so many years, and I know anybody who's been following me for a while, you guys know this, for so many years I've tried saying, but there's still something missing. Something just isn't quite right with Xbox. And during these big hype moments, I guess you could say, of Microsoft and Xbox, where suddenly the internet and the fandom, like suddenly everybody loves Xbox. Xbox is so great. And, I kind of get made fun of because I'm like, I'm not seeing it. Like, there's still something very clearly missing. Why can't anybody else? Why can't most people see that? And I got criticized and ridiculed for this for years. And that's fine. It's to be expected. But what we are now seeing is this is the result. This is the result. That it doesn't matter how much bullshit marketing you pull off. It doesn't matter how many people you fly out to your events. And it doesn't matter how good of a deal, so to speak, or, giving people the best value and the best deal in gaming. None of that matters if you don't deliver what it is that people actually fucking want. What they actually want. And the only thing Xbox players Xbox fans or people even remotely interested in the Xbox brand. The only thing they ever wanted is a great fucking console with great fucking exclusives. Period. End of story. That's it. Because the question needs to be asked. It's exactly the thing that article brought up at the end. What if Microsoft just took some of that $100 billion and instead of buying Bethesda, instead of buying Activision, actually tried to make games? Like good games, like really big budget, good AAA games, and they made them exclusive to their console. How many units would the Xbox console sell? You know, people want so badly to believe that Sony fucked up here. People want so badly to believe that Sony is the one that's wrong. Because look at Spider-Man. Look, they worked with Sweet Baby Inc. $300 million budget. And don't get me wrong, some of these things are definitely problematic. But they want so badly to believe that the PlayStation business, the console, and the brand it's just collapsing. And it's like, it's not. I hate to break it to anybody. Like, is it? Does that mean it's problemless? No. There are problems, and we've talked at length about these problems. And the biggest problem that Sony has right now is seemingly, from what I can tell, Jim Ryan may have overspent a little bit. Jim Ryan may have made some bad bets, such as with Bungie, right? And some of these games getting canceled, and Hiroki Totoki having to clean that shit up. But there's a reason why we're seeing Microsoft come out and make these dramatic shifts and pivots, and Sony is not. And I get it. I know people continually tell me Sony's going to do it too. Sony's going to do it too. And I'm not here to say they won't. I'm just here to say that writing's not on the wall. Not yet anyway. Could it be? Sure. But that writing's not on the wall. When that writing is clearly on the wall, I'll let you know. Because I have already been through this with Microsoft. I said earlier in the stream that I wouldn't have believed you if you told me 4 years ago that this is where Xbox would be halfway in the generation. But you know what? I take that back. If I just would have thought about it for a couple of minutes, I would have said, you know what? That sounds totally believable. Because think about it. How is Microsoft going to sell the Xbox Series X and the Series S? They're going to have great games. They're going to have games that compete with the games Sony's going to offer. That's the only thing. That's the only way they were going to sell Xbox Series X's and S's in a meaningful way. And maybe even Game Pass subscriptions alongside of it. And they didn't do that. I tried telling people it's hugely problematic. Hugely fucking problematic for the Xbox Series consoles that there's no launch lineup. Meanwhile, Sony has the biggest launch lineup in the history of their consoles. I tried telling people it's hugely problematic that Microsoft thinks the answer to their problem is to buy known publishers and IP, and that they're just going to throw that onto Xbox and that's going to save it. I tried telling people that you should pay attention to the fact that the initiative, that studio that was formed in 2018, mind you, 2018, brand new quadruple A studio. They're taking talent from Sony, from all across the industry. I told people to pay attention to the fact that almost everybody left that fucking studio. It's a failed startup. Why? Because Microsoft doesn't know what they're doing. That's what it boils down to. They have never known. You know, the only person seemingly that worked for Xbox that actually knew what the fuck they were doing was Peter Moore. I think that guy, if he had stayed the head of Xbox, totally different situation right now. He seemed to be the only person that was the head of Xbox for a period of time because he was there during the golden years of the Xbox 360. And I don't think it's a coincidence that he was the one in charge and Xbox as a console is actually gaining the most momentum they ever have. Phil was a yes man. Just so everybody knows, Phil Spencer is a yes man. What was Phil's role at Xbox prior to being the head of Xbox? He was the head of first party. In other words, he was right there during the entire inception of the Xbox One. He knew about the Kinect. He knew about the online only DRM. He knew about everything. And to be fair, he did deliver some decent games at the launch of the Xbox One, but he knew all about it and he was all on board. So I'm not saying all this shit to try to shit on Xbox, and I know that's how people view it. I guess I get so worked up about it because it's like PlayStation and Xbox are not the same. They have never been the same. They never will be the same. And no matter what Sony does, I assure you, it's not following the footsteps of Microsoft. They may make some decisions that will lead people to think, oh, Sony's copying Microsoft. Sure, maybe with something like paying for online only or multiplayer access. That's just pure business greed of like, oh, well, they're making extra money doing it. Why can't we? Shit like that sucks. But I'm saying at the end of the day, they are not the same. They have never been. They never will be. And I've tried to say for a long time now that the reason why I rooted for Xbox at the beginning of the Xbox One generation is because I wanted to believe that they're going, like, whoever's in charge at Xbox is going to look at Sony PlayStation and realize that's what we need to do. It's okay if it takes time, but that's what we need to do because they're doing it right. And if we do what they're doing, we will succeed like they're succeeding. And at the very least, we will be competing at that high of a level. And that never happened. That still hasn't happened, by the way. That literally never fucking happened. And I find it comical that as we sit here in March 2024, the industry is hitting it's hitting the ropes here, man. The industry is in serious turmoil. And I have to read this fucking interview from Phil where all of the things he's placing the blame on are the things that Sony and Nintendo do. When the last time I checked, Sony and Nintendo are doing well. The industry as a whole is not doing well, and Sony and Nintendo are a part of that. But when it comes to the console market, when it comes to game creation, Sony and Nintendo know what the fuck they're doing. Microsoft, you don't. And Phil, I don't really blame him entirely. I mean, mostly I do now because it's been a decade, but you can't get blood from a stone. And I think that's what Phil eventually realized is we just don't have it. We just don't. We can't make the same type of experiences that Nintendo and Sony do, and we can't match them because they have a secret something that you can't put money on. You're saying no, the industry's fine. I think the industry will be fine, to be clear. I think a lot of people think that like the industry is actually coming to an end. It's not. It will be fine. We just have to power through this rough patch, man, this like bumpy road that was always going to occur after what we saw during the pandemic. But once we power through it, things will start to, go up again and look brighter. And it's just sad to me, man. It's just sad to me that I see people on my own YouTube channel in the comments, Sony hasn't delivered any games. Why isn't Sony delivering the games? And I'm just like, what are you talking about, dude? I mean, honestly, what are you talking about? Go look at the last 4 years and come back to me with a list of games that Sony's delivered. I promise you that list will be way longer than you realize. But people say this because they already know. Like they want to believe that it's the end, essentially, for PlayStation, for Xbox, and consoles as a whole. And I'm just out here trying to, and I think Phil knows this. I think Phil's leaning into that. That's why Phil's like, if I can highlight the problems that are specifically tethered to Sony and maybe even Nintendo a little bit, then people will start to think that what we're going through is to be expected and that basically everybody's going through this. I'm like, no, you don't see Helldivers 2 on Xbox. Why is that, I wonder? Why is that? I think it's obvious why that is. But at the end of the day, I just don't know, man. I just don't know that this is what I wanted. I know as weird as that sounds, like I don't know that my title today is what I would have wanted, which is, hey, I want to see Xbox fail so fucking hard in the console space that they have no choice or they feel they have no choice but to start porting their games over to PlayStation. Because in all seriousness, dude, like who is going to buy an Xbox at this point? Who? Like, as if it's not bad enough that we're seeing these games come over. Now some of them are actually better optimized for the PS5. So are you telling me I can expect Hellblade 2, if it eventually comes to PlayStation, to be the better version? Hey, at the very least, you know what I can say? If Hellblade 2 does eventually come to PlayStation, it's going to have DualSense support. Why? Because Microsoft doesn't have a DualSense-like controller. It just doesn't exist over there. Because Xbox fans said when the DualSense was revealed that it was just a gimmick and it was useless and who cares? So Microsoft said, oh, well, they don't care. Why should we? Meanwhile, I'm over here thinking, maybe you should compete. Sony did something over here that's a little bit innovative with their controller. Take a hint. You do it too. Do it better if you can. But who am I kidding? This is the same company that said 12 teraflops should do the job, right? Yeah, it sure is doing the job. Shit's just frustrating, man. Like this is why it makes me sad to see people so aggressively shitting on the PS5 Pro already. Where it's like, dude, has Mark Cerny not proven enough to you guys? Has he not proven that he knows what the fuck he's doing in this industry? But people are just like, nah, bro. That dude's a clown. Michael Wernit with the $2 super chat says, if we could get 300 likes, I'll drop a 50 burger. Holy shit. Michael's good for it too, guys. You heard the man. If we could get 300 likes, he's going to drop a 50 bomb on you guys. That would bring us over 100 members. Come on, guys. Everybody's got to pull in now. I need to see those likes go up. I'm not even going to continue this conversation until you get that 300 like mark, guys. 254. Keep it climbing. I know. You couldn't say bomb. It's okay. I know what you meant. We know what you mean. 263. Come on, guys. You can do it. I believe in you. I know Michael likes to drop his 50 bombs from time to time. 275. 25 away. 25 away, and Michael says he drops a 50 bomb. 279. Come on, everybody's got to contribute. We have over 520 people here, too. So we should easily be able to crush 300. Thank you for that, by the way, Michael. It's a great way to get the likes up. I got a perfect image here saying it's crazy how Xbox is a PC company and Sony is an entertainment company. Sony takes the time to make their consoles PC that devs like. What do I think? I get what you're saying. You're basically saying it should be Microsoft that has the better, more optimized, easier to develop for console environment, and yet it's not. It's Sony. Sony is the entertainment company, not the tech company, or not the, well, to be fair, Microsoft is a software company, but yeah, dude, it's just, that's what happens, man. That's what happens. Sony, look, Sony fucked up with the PS3. They really did. And I think they learned, they really learned that in order for this to work the way we need it to and want it to, we have to take it more seriously in the sense that we need somebody, and we need an engineer that's also a developer that also talks to developers. That's what we need. And Michael Werneth comes in, makes good on his word. We hit 300 likes, and I think he timed that perfectly, bro. As soon as we hit 300 likes, Michael comes in and drops a 50 bomb. He drops 50 membership gifts onto this community. Holy shit, indeed. Michael, thank you so much for that, dude. That is absolutely wild, bro. 50 membership gifts. My mind is blown. Reps? Yeah, I got to do reps. I'm not going to do them quite yet. I would do the reps right now, but unfortunately, if I do, like, a lot of people are going to leave. So in the spirit of keeping people here, keeping the conversation going, but yeah, we will do those reps at the end of the stream. Certainly. I'm going to have to give boss double the amount of snacks now. I'm going to have to do double the amount of reps. It's going to be a whole situation going on this Easter, on this Easter stream. But yeah, dude, I will let everybody in the chat know, by the way, click Michael's 50 bomb icon at the top of the chat. Click it and make sure you're opted in to receive a membership gift, okay? We have a lot of extremely generous people here like Michael, many others that drop membership gifts all throughout the month. And every time you get a membership gift, you gain access to the members lounge. And believe me, I mean, look, I'm not trying to brag about my own content, but anybody who I think partakes in the members lounge will tell you some interesting things go on there, interesting conversations that we don't necessarily have here. So, and not only that, but it helps support me. So, Michael, yeah, man, huge support. It goes down in the lounge. So there is no members lounge today. Tuesday will be the next members lounge. That's going to be the next stream, and that's going to be the next members lounge. So anybody who is receiving a membership gift, make sure you look forward to that. But yeah, Michael, before I get back to the conversation, man, I do just want to thank you once again, as well as everybody else. You know, this channel, as I continue to tell you guys, is fan funded. I can only create this content, do these streams, go on these rants, have these conversations because you guys make it possible by supporting me directly. I don't do sponsorships or anything like that. Not to say that they will never appear in the future, but they haven't up until this point because it hasn't been needed. And it really means a lot to me that you guys make it possible for me to do this and, you know, live the dream, so to speak. So, and Michael says, do your thing. Thank you for being a fun channel to watch. Well, I'll continue to do my thing, Michael. And again, thank you for the support. And as I say that, we have Exley Get Some Trismegistus.
Get some! Get some!
He comes in and he's keeping the membership train going here, bro. He drops another 5 bomb. Guys, I got to update the member goal. We are sitting at 108 members today. Absolutely killing it. So let me update that. Exley, thank you for all the support, my friend. Man, I have to set it to 125 now. Although it seems like my keyboard kind of crapped out. Uh-oh. Having some technical difficulties here, people. There we go. Let me see. All right. This should... Yeah, there we go. Again, thank you. Thank you, guys. 108 members. That's insane. Have I played an Xbox game this generation? I have not. No. Because to be honest, dude, like what would I play? That's a serious question, man. Like the biggest game that I can recall Microsoft dropping this generation so far is Starfield, which wasn't even their game. But, you know, they purchased them. They say it's not coming to PlayStation. And Starfield could release on PlayStation tomorrow. I'm still not going to play it. Because it's just not... It's not my cup of tea, man. It's really not. Any thoughts any chance I would have had of playing Starfield honestly went out the window when I kind of started watching I guess you could call them reviews, but basically people talking about the game like a month or two after its release, where they're like, this game is lacking in a lot of ways. And that just kind of made me feel like, well, I already wasn't interested in the game. Any potential interest that could have been there, I'm convinced at this point that's just not going to be for me. And I know for a fact, if I were to play Starfield, I would be like, I can't do this. But that's not to say that there won't be anything that Xbox ever releases that won't interest me. But what I can say at this point is that anything that Xbox may put out that will eventually interest me, again, like Hellblade's coming up, I'm willing to wait because I'm pretty convinced it's going to happen. Like, I'm pretty convinced Hellblade is going to come to PS5. Even if it's a year later, I will wait because I'd rather get that platinum. And that's because I'm invested in the PlayStation ecosystem. I'm invested on the meta level here. But Perfect Image, just to get back to your super chat, man, so I didn't want to gloss over it. Basically what it boils down to is Sony has an engineer, that being Mark Cerny, in charge of PlayStation hardware development, that if you listen to when Mark Cerny talks when he was developing the PS4, the PS4 Pro, and the PS5, something that never wavers is how his main focus is on finding the perfect balance between innovation and being developer friendly. And that, to me, is the genius of the PS5 and why people, look up to Mark Cerny so highly, because and I'm not trying to like blow smoke, but it's just, he actually tries to, maybe in some cases it doesn't always pan out. He's not perfect, but he tries his best to walk this line that it's not just make the most powerful console because it'll be too expensive. It is not just about making the most developer-friendly console because there has to be some, extra bells and customized whistles in there, so to speak. And that's that's in the name of the business side of it, right? So that Sony can try to sell these consoles, if not, hopefully not at a massive loss. And I just think that Mark Cerny's proven that he knows what he's doing, and he's only gotten better with time. That's the greatest thing about it, is he's gotten better with time. I have no doubt the PlayStation 6 is going to be even like just probably significantly more mind-blowing in what it's going to be able to achieve for whatever the price point of it's going to be than even the PS5. And I just think the biggest problem, if you want to call it that, and why people, like, I think they don't want to hear about the PS5 Pro. They don't want to hear about, the PS5 specs and what it can do. I think it's mainly just because it's not that we haven't seen impressive things. It's that the most impressive things have yet to occur. And I think, there were people who tried telling me this in 2020, in 2021, when we were really hyping up the PS5 hardware, where they're like, listen, it's great, man, but it like, you're probably not really going to see what Mark Cerny's talking about until like 5 years from now or something, like in the second half of this generation. And at the time, I kind of ignored that. I knew, I'm like, that's probably true, but I kind of ignored it because I was too engrossed in it's the next generation, right? But here we are, pretty much at the halfway point, and it's becoming clear that all the things that Mark Cerny really focused on with this console, we're not truly going to see them on display in the biggest possible way until probably starting in 2025, if I had to guess. And I know even that's a bitter pill to swallow. I'm talking about actually getting the games in our hands and playing them, but I think we are starting to see it. I think it starts with Death Stranding 2. I think it continues with Ghost of Tsushima 2. I think it continues with Naughty Dog's next game, Sony Bend, Santa Monica, and yeah, I think that's what happens. But yeah, it's it's just interesting to me that so many people are willing to just write off the PS5 Pro and it's interesting because, like, I saw somebody say that I'm not interested in a PlayStation console that the only the only highlight of it is first party games taking advantage of it. And I'm like, well, I can understand that, but to me, I expect more than that with the PS5 Pro, to be clear. Like, I expect the PS5 Pro to do great things for first party games, but also third party games. But if Sony came out and they're like, look, we can't guarantee that third party developers are going to do anything with the extra horsepower in this console. But what we can guarantee is that our devs will and our games will. I would pay for that. I could understand why a lot of people wouldn't, but I would, because I'm like, oh, I already know you guys are going to do some insane shit. And I get it. Like, I get that's how some people view it, but I think I don't want to go on another tangent. We'll talk about the PS5 Pro in a moment. William Aguilar, member for 11 months. Thank you for that, buddy. You're saying I finished Final Fantasy VII Rebirth 110 hours. God damn. Did you platinum it? I think that's a lot of playtime. You're saying it is one of the greatest games of all time. This is definitely the game of the year. You're the second person to tell me this, William. Josh Z, he came in, I think it was last week, sometime recently. He said the game basically just blew his mind. One of the greatest games, if not the greatest game he ever played. Completely lived up to his expectations. And now you're the second person to say that. You guys are really putting the pressure on me here to finish this game, which I will. But yeah, man, I'm happy to hear that. I've been hearing I've been seeing like some negativity towards Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, specifically people saying that it's not selling well. I've seen other people, again, kind of hinting that like they didn't like the direction they went with the story, or some people didn't like the open world. But I don't know, man. I won't be able to fully judge the game myself until I complete it, and I don't dare attempt to even judge the game until I complete it, because if there's one thing I learned through my playthrough of Final Fantasy VII Remake is that if I had just played that game for a couple of chapters and then judged it, I had no idea like what else was to come and what else I'd be missing. So I suspect something similar occurs with Rebirth. William, you're saying I didn't platinum it. It's too hard. I did almost all the side quests and all the open world activities. I say don't worry about doing all the open world activities, but do some of the side quests. Okay, yeah, I'll keep that in mind. There is a lot of like open world activities, and I think that's where some of the criticism for the game came in. Some people were saying that like some of the like activities are just really not that engaging, and they just feel like they're kind of there for the sake of it. But yeah, I'm probably gonna follow that advice. I'm probably gonna focus on completing the main story, but also doing like the more relevant side quests. And then after that, I'll see where I'll take it. I've seen so many people complaining about how difficult FF7 Rebirth Platinum is. And actually, I saw an article, I think it was PlayStation Pete, he was in here recently, and he told me that getting the Platinum is actually bugged or something. And I just saw a Push Square article today that says specifically the digital version of FF7 Rebirth is bugged. I didn't actually read it to see like why exactly that is, but that to me sounds absolutely infuriating. Like I would want to put my head through a wall, where it's like, if you're actually going to attempt to platinum this game, because it's one of the most difficult platinums, right? And then you find out, because you bought the digital version, that it's actually not possible. Go with physical, guys. I'm curious. You know what? Really quick, though, I want to ask, Rich Rod, I'm going to read what you have to say here. I just want to ask you guys, maybe we'll save this for a deeper conversation, like a members lounge or something, or another stream. But as time goes on, as we see digital kind of take over more and more, how many of you who care about physical media, who care about physical discs, have started to relax on it a little bit and just start to actually buy your stuff digital? I'm asking this because I've come across this a couple times where I've seen people basically saying that like they love collecting games they like physical games, but they've also just kind of embraced the fact that, yeah, like the future is digital and I'm just going to start buying my games digitally. And I just find that interesting because it's like, I guess in a way it could be that simple, right? Like it could be where you just say, okay, I was a collector yesterday and today I'm not. Or I was, I cared about physical media yesterday. Today I don't. I just went digital. Gooch says physical is making a comeback for him. Interesting. So the opposite. Leo, you're saying you pretty much buy all physical at this point. Hanzo says physical for life. Irfan says I did buy digital with Last of Us Part 2, and after that, everything I buy digital. Okay, so Last of Us Part 2 is the first game that got you into buying games digitally. Shems, that's fascinating. Shems is saying he buys both, sometimes double dips. I'm curious, what's your reasoning for that? Because the way I'm reading it, you're telling me you buy a game digitally and you also buy it physically if it's available. You buy both. I'm assuming that's like at the same time. Michael, you're saying I buy physical from some that I like. That seems to be the more common thing I notice, where some people say, I guess like it's dependent, right? Like the more interested they are in a game, the more hyped they are for it, the more likely they are to buy a physical version of it. Where the less enthusiasm, I guess they have, they might buy it digitally. To support the cause, says Maxwell. You just love games so much, Shems. Interesting. Well, nothing wrong with that, man. If you're able to afford it and it makes you happy and you can have the best of both worlds, I don't see anything wrong with that. You build a physical library and a digital library. Yeah, I'm always thinking about the conversation of physical games and digital games. I find it so interesting that for me, I don't care about physical movies or music or anything. It's just games. And I do sometimes wonder, like, is that eventually going to change too? Because there was a time in my life where I cared about physical movies and music and stuff, but I think I've always cared much more about physical games than other media because I've always cared about games much more than other media, although music is right up there. Maybe the better way to phrase this is I've engaged with video games. I don't know. Is that true though? Like, have I engaged? Now you guys got me. I got myself thinking. Have I engaged with video games more than music? No way. I don't think that's possible. Like, just in terms of like sheer time spent doing it. I don't know. I'll have to think about this. I'll ponder over this. But anyway, we got Rich Rod 908, member for 8 months. He says, "You're a super PlayStation gangsta." Okay. Rise of the Ronin gangstas, FF7 Rebirth gangstas, Stellar Blade gangstas, Concord gangstas, Helldivers 2 gangstas. We all gangstas. Goddamn. Rich Rod, did you know what you were doing when you typed that out to make me read that? I'm not going to lie to you, Rich Rod. I felt so wrong reading that. I'm sorry I didn't do it justice. I don't know how that sounded in your head when you typed it out. I don't know how you expected me to read that, but hopefully it wasn't as awkward for you guys as it was for me. But thank you, Rich Rod. Nonetheless, I appreciate that. I love when they come in the form of milestone chats too. I love it because I just know that they're like, I'm going to do something interesting with this milestone chat. All right, we got Lone Wolf Gamer here with a super chat saying, I just got back into the chat, had to finish work. I see you got 108 new members. Did Boss get his snacks? Not quite, not yet. He will, though. He will. Don't worry. So what I try to do is make sure I get through all the topics first, and then after that, we can just kind of chill and have a little bit of fun. Because you know how it is, man. If I bring Boss in now, there's a good chance half the topics don't get discussed because he's going to go nuts. and I gotta maintain my focus. But don't worry, he will be getting his snacks. I'm sure he's very excited for it. All right, so that concludes that topic. I spent longer on it than I had planned, but just to summarize, Hi-Fi Rush, and alongside other Xbox or Microsoft-owned studios and their titles, are seemingly running better on the PS5. This, to me, is sad for Xbox players. Look, I don't think it's a good look for Microsoft. I'm happy, like, as a PlayStation fan. Like, sure, I'll take the better version of your game if I ever play it. That's fine. But I do feel kind of bad for Xbox players, where it's like, you would think at the very least Microsoft would be able to guarantee that our games play best on our console, not the competitor's console. So next up is Grounded and Sea of Thieves, and we'll see. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I went on a big tangent there about Phil Spencer and whatnot. We'll see what happens. But I do want to move on and talk about Jim Ryan has officially left PlayStation. It's being reported by Insider Gaming. Jim Ryan's final day as PlayStation CEO is here, as he is set to retire from the company after 30 years. So his final day was actually Friday. His retirement was first announced in September of 2023. I've relished the opportunity to have a job I love in a very special company, working with great people and incredible partners, Ryan said at the time of the announcement. But I found it increasingly difficult to reconcile living in Europe and working in North America. I will leave having been privileged to work on products that have touched millions of lives across the world. PlayStation will always be a part of my life, and I feel more optimistic than ever about the future of Sony Interactive Entertainment. I want to thank Yoshida-san for placing so much trust in me and being an incredibly sensitive and supportive leader. Jim Ryan had been PlayStation CEO since 2019 after taking over for John Kodera, which it's actually funny because I forgot that John Kodera was actually CEO at one point. Prior to being CEO, he held numerous senior positions as Executive Vice President and COO within Sony. Starting Monday, April 1st, Sony President, COO, and CFO Hiroki Totoki will take over PlayStation CEO on an interim basis as he ushers in the age of Totokism. And so, yes, I just figured, we have to have at least one more conversation, right? Jim Ryan's officially retired. He's officially left the building. And going forward, it's going to be Hiroki Totoki, and we're going to await the announcement of the next CEO. But let's reflect a little bit, I'm going to put out a poll here. I want you guys to vote on it. I don't know what's going on with my keyboard. Give me 1 second so you guys can... Why isn't my keyboard working? Okay. For some reason, my keyboard is like completely shot. But as I'm fixated on my keyboard here, we got Steven Leon coming in. He is keeping the membership train rolling today in a big way. Steven Leon follows up Michael's 50 bomb with a 20 bomb. I need to see some W's flowing in the chat. He just crushed another goal for you guys. That's another goal decimated. We are now sitting at 128 members. Steven Leon, thank you so much for that, man. Hold on, I think I'm having some technical difficulty over here. Hold on, Steven. I was supposed to play Let me see if it works now. Guys, are the sound bites working? Uh-oh.
Holy shit.
Okay. It's the keyboard, dude. Something's up with my keyboard. It's like super delayed. But Steven Leon, that's for you, bro. Yeah, really appreciate the support. I'm going to update that member goal I really appreciate you guys keeping this membership train going strong today. Okay, I think the keyboard might be working now. Or maybe it's not. I'm sorry, guys. I think everything is doing great. Everything's going well, and we're on track. And then if it's not boss, now it's going to be my keyboard. I don't know what the hell is wrong with this thing. This is what happens when I go for a wireless damn keyboard, bro. Shit ain't working. Hold on, I think it's working now. Okay. I think we're good. Hopefully I'm not speaking too soon. Let me update this for you guys. We'll continue on here. Nope. Sorry. I've never had this problem before. This is a new problem we're encountering. Okay, there we go. It just took an abnormal amount of time, but we're sitting at 128 members. You guys are crushing it. I see we have a generous $50 super chat from William Aguilar here. William, thank you so much for that, buddy. I'm going to read that in just a moment. Sorry, I'm trying to construct this poll because I'm actually really curious what you guys vote on here. While I'm waiting for that to work, I have Arnie Vesper. He says, just got here listening from the beginning, so this could be off topic, but the Stellar Blade demo blew me away. Best demo I played. Love it. Well, you're definitely not alone there, Arnie Vesper. I've been seeing the Stellar Blade demo getting a ton of love, a ton of positive feedback. And again, I think Stellar Blade's going to do really, really well for both Sony and Shift Up. I think it could be a standout game for Sony for the year. No doubt about it. And then William, well, actually, hold on. We have RichRod908. All right, I think I got it. Here we go. I just put the poll out. I'm sorry it took so long. I'm trying to work with a keyboard that's not functioning properly. Grade Jim Ryan's time as PlayStation CEO. Give him an A, a B, a C, or a D. Curious what you guys think. Rich Rod, you're saying we will appreciate Jim Ryan in 10 years. Business boss. We might. Yeah, I think people could end up looking back on Jim Ryan more fondly than we think. Maybe not. I don't know. It's going to be a really interesting situation because people look back super fondly on Sean Layden, on Jack Tretton, on Andrew House. God, I'm sure there's others I'm forgetting, but Jim Ryan, he definitely kind of operated differently in the way that he engaged with the fan base. So I don't know if people are going to look back on him. Kaz Hirai, of course. I don't know how I could forget Kaz. It'll be interesting to see. Shuei Yoshida, yeah, he's still here. But he's in charge of indies. But people really liked when he was the head of first party. But William, again, man, thank you so much for the $50 super chat, my friend. You're saying for Rebirth, pick who you want to take on the date in chapter 8 and 12 and focus on doing the side quests that relate to her. Make sure her affinity is higher than everyone else. Save some side quests for after chapter 12 so you don't accidentally get someone you don't want. Interesting. Yeah, William, I'll try to keep this in mind when I go back and play Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. You're saying chapter 8 and 12. So I think I'm actually I'm not on chapter 8 yet, but I think I'm pretty close to it. I'm either on chapter 6 or 7. So I'm just about there. Yeah, it's interesting because I remember when I was playing Remake and I was talking to you guys about it, you guys were asking like, so who you going for here? Tifa or Aerith? And if I'm not mistaken, in Rebirth, I don't know if this is considered a spoiler or not. Now, I don't know. I'm just assuming. You tell me if it's a spoiler, you can let me know. But I'm pretty sure you can choose Yuffie as well, right? Like they're kind of giving me that vibe in this game where it's not just Tifa and Aerith. Like now they're throwing Yuffie in there. MBG, you're right there. Play 10 hours more and you won't put the controller down. I knew this was going to be a problem because that means I have to put the controller down for Rise of the Ronin. The entire party is available. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I'm definitely I lean more towards Aerith for sure. I mean, I like Tifa as well. Yuffie's interesting. I don't know. I think Yuffie would be my last choice, to be honest. She's interesting though. But I will try to keep this in mind, William. Focus on doing the side quests that relate to her. Choose who you want to take on the date. Save some side quests for after Chapter 12. Okay. I'll try to keep that in mind. That sounds like the most important thing I could mess up. Saving side quests for after Chapter 12. Ragu Bagu says, I don't know what the fuck happened. I took Red on a date. I was so pissed off. Dude, that's amazing. So, wait, so you're saying, wow, okay, so literally anybody in the party is available. Okay, that's interesting. That's very interesting to me. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to have to get back to playing it, man. That's good stuff. Barrett's available too. Levy, you're saying wrong. Just don't up their affinity to pull to full bars after their number for who don't want it. Who you don't want. Sorry. Damn, dude. I have to think about what I'm going to do then, man. Because, like, I am... Yeah, I'm like 35 hours into Rise of the Ronin, and Rise of the Ronin has such a strong hold on me right now, man. Like, every time I have the opportunity to play, that's like, I just immediately, I'm like, okay, I'm back to Rise of the Ronin. I'm back to Rise of the Ronin. And I'm afraid if I go back to Rebirth right now, before finishing Rise of the Ronin, one of two things is going to happen. I'm afraid I'm either going to be like, I can't really enjoy this the same way because I just want to go finish Rebirth. Either that's going to happen, or I'm going to get completely engrossed in Rebirth and want to finish it. And I don't know. I'm a little bit nervous that if I do that, maybe it'll be close to Stellar Blade's release, and we're like, oh, okay, I guess I'm done with Rise of the Ronin. This is why I struggle playing multiple games, man. But maybe I'll try. Maybe I'll try to play both. But then again, I don't know. I think Josh told me, he was like, try not to do that. Like, just focus on Rebirth. Because once you start going, you know, it's going to be hard to... We'll see. I'll keep you guys informed. But I'll try to keep this in mind, William. And when I do play more Rebirth, I'll be sure to let you guys know. And obviously I'll let you guys know when I finish it. I don't know if I'm going to have like a spoiler conversation anytime soon, because it seems like people do want to talk spoilers, but not nearly enough people have like finished the game. I mean, I'm one of them. You're saying Rise of the Ronin is not that long. I know, but I'm doing like every side thing in Rise of the Ronin. I think that's why it's taking so long for me. But let me see. Let me check on this poll. So yeah, look, I don't want to spend too much time. Well, hold on, William Aguilar coming in with a $20 super chat as well. William, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate that, dude. You're saying the easiest thing to do is to save the game before going to sleep in the Gold Saucer Hotel in Chapter 8 and 12 so that if you don't get who you want, you can reload that save and do more side quests related to the girl that you want. Yeah, that's interesting, William. I really wonder how much of this is gonna like really come in handy or save me, I guess you could say, some of the disappointment potentially, because up until where I'm at now in Rebirth, they definitely made it known that like, yeah, the love triangle thing is still going on. And they introduce early in the game that you can, certain interactions you have with certain characters and certain missions you do can influence how they feel about you. And they have like the smiley face or just the meh looking face. And I guess I just didn't really put much thought into like how important it actually could be later on in the game. Because this sounds like a whole system you got planned out, William. We're like, listen, man, you don't want to make the wrong choice here. I'm actually pretty interested to see where this all leads, because it sounds like it is going to be pretty critical. Save the game before going to sleep. The Gold Saucer, Chapter 8 and 12. All right, Chapter 8 and 12. I'm taking note. You know I'm going to forget. You already know I'm going to blow through Chapter 8 and 12 and be like, oh shit, I didn't listen to anything William told me, bro. William's like, write this shit down, bro. I got Red 13 on the second date, and I reloaded the save and did more Tifa side quests so that I could get Tifa. Wow, okay. That's so funny. What do you got? What's going on with Red here that everybody's like, yo, I'm going on a date with Red. That's my date. How's that happening? And as I'm saying this, we got Corey, the legend Landiga, coming in out of nowhere, making his presence known today as well. He drops a 20 bomb on you guys. Holy shit, dude. You guys are killing it today. Absolutely killing it today. I am blown away. Corey, man, thank you so much, dude, for dropping another 20 bomb on this community. We got a lot of new members today, man. A lot of generosity. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for all the support. Sincerely. We are now sitting at 148 members. So we are just 2 away, guys. 2 away from crushing another goal. How many reps am I going to have to do at the end of the stream for you guys? This is going to be a whole fucking workout. Damn, dude. So Corey, thank you for that, man. We got W's flowing in the chat, and Corey, let me see. Oh, there you go. I meant to play that earlier, but also.
But that was some fancy shooting. You're pretty good.
Pretty good, Corey. Pretty good. All right, I'm going to let that membership counter keep going there. So William, once again, man, thank you so much for the super chats. I will definitely try to keep this in mind when I go back to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, because if I end up going on a date with Red, that's going to be pretty funny. And we have Titus. Wow, you guys are going the distance today, man. Absolutely going the distance. We got Titus coming in, dropping 5 more membership gifts, and then Ragu Bagu also comes in and drops 5 more gifts. And then as I'm reading this off, actually Get Some Trismegistus drops 5 as well. That's 15 more memberships gifted on top of Corey's 20 bomb. You guys are seriously doing the heavy lifting today. Meanwhile, Portal Ashes, where's Boss? He's coming. I'm telling you, he's coming. We got a couple more topics to go through, but he's coming. We're making our way. So Exley, Ragu Bagu, Titus, thank you guys so much for joining in here and paying it forward and dropping more membership gifts. You crushed another goal. We are now sitting at 163 members. Massive support. I can't thank you guys enough. Big way to end the month as well. It's actually keep forgetting that today's the last day of the month. Yeah, dude, it's going to be really interesting starting tomorrow, man. Going forward, no more Jim Ryan as the CEO of PlayStation. Like, Jim Ryan has been the CEO of PlayStation since 2019, pretty much since I started covering PlayStation here on the channel in a meaningful way. Think about that. That's crazy. I have a question for you guys. What type of changes do you expect to see? Maybe starting as soon as April. Do you think there's going to be any major changes? Do you think we're not going to see any major changes until the new CEO is announced? These are the things I'm really interested in finding out, because I definitely feel like with Jim Ryan leaving and no longer being the CEO, he brought with him a lot of changes. Certainly. Like, that's what I want to highlight here is Jim Ryan brought with him a lot of changes as the CEO. So now I'm just curious, like, what else could potentially change or just stay the same? Interesting times ahead, guys. All right, let me finish updating this and we'll finish off this conversation about Jim Ryan and move on to the next topic. Eric Lempel is the CEO. I've seen quite a few people name dropping Eric Lempel, saying he could be the next CEO. But I don't feel comfortable even trying to guess at this point who could be the next CEO, because it's like, I feel like it could be anybody, dude. I feel like it could be anybody. I will say, I think whoever they get, though, they're going to try to make sure they know how to manage money. Like, they're good with money, because if there's one thing that I think Sony is definitely concerned about, again, it's those profit margins, it's Bungie, it's the rising cost of AAA game development. They need to be very smart with the finances. That doesn't mean they have to be greedy. It just means they have to be smart, you know? Hopefully some financial sanity and get the wokeness in check. Perfect Image, you're saying, I'm the same with Assassin's Creed Valhalla and Rise. Yeah, dude, I've seen some people say that they feel like Rise of the Ronin's actually better than some of the more recent Assassin's Creed games. I wouldn't know, but that definitely caught my attention. And actually, I just want to say this really quick. I'm going to try to handle this topic with, try to handle it with some care here, because I feel like it's a bit touchy, and I certainly have my feelings on it. But I'm just curious what you guys think. All right, so this is a side quest, all right? And I'm going to try my best not to go for too long here. So yesterday, there was an IGN article, all right? And it caught my attention. And the reason why it caught my attention is because this IGN article was getting an insane amount of hate. I mean, a lot of hate, dude. Got over 1.5 million views. This is the IGN article. A group of animators on Marvel's Spider-Man 2 discussed the challenges of their work on the game. And they kicked off with the story of Haley Cooper, whose portrayal may be one of Spider-Man 2's most impressive accomplishments. Now, if you go check the replies of this article, they're brutal. Like, I'm not sure where the hate, I don't know if IGN is getting most of the hate or if Insomniac is getting most of the hate, but it's also causing a lot of arguments. Now, I think the problem is a lot of people responded to this article and they didn't actually read it. Now, I did read this article, and I'm not going to read the whole thing to you because it's quite long, but as I read through this article, it basically focused on, so you guys know who Haley Cooper is, right? She is she's Miles Morales' love interest. She's also deaf. And one of the things that they put a lot of focus on in Spider-Man 2 is ASL. And it says here, last week at GDC, a group of animators on Marvel Spider-Man 2 gave a talk entitled Thwips and Hugs, the animation of Marvel Spider-Man 2. In it, the group discussed the intricacies and challenges of animating elements of the game, such as the Sandman fight and various QTEs, but they kicked off with the story of Haley, whose portrayal may be one of Spider-Man 2's most impressive accomplishments. Haley was introduced as an original character in the first Marvel Spider-Man Miles Morales, but got an expanded role in the sequel as she and Miles started dating, including a mission all to her own. During the talk, Associate Animation Director Lindsay Thompson explained the work that went into ensuring Haley was an accurate and thoughtful portrayal of a young, deaf, black teenager growing up in New York City. To start with, Haley was portrayed and fully motion captured by deaf actor Natasha O'Feely, I think I'm saying her name correctly, who herself frequently offered guidance and suggestions stemming from her own experiences. Insomniac also hired deaf consultants from Hypernova to answer questions about... What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Okay. That was weird. I was just reading the IGN article and a massive, like, it just redirected me to a pop-up screen that seemed like it was like scanning for viruses or something. Like, what the fuck, dude? That has never happened to me before. Yo, is that a sign? Yeah, did IGN.com just give me a fucking virus? Bro, that was really bizarre. I've never seen that happen. There was only really one part of that I wanted to read. All right, listen. I'm not going back on that fucking... I don't know what the hell that was. I guess that's a sign to wrap this up and just get to the point. So listen. I commented on this, and if you read... I don't know if I could recommend going to the IGN article, but if you do read that entire article, when you listen to how much Insomniac put into this one character's side mission, and the fact that they're deaf, I do wonder if this is where Sony may have to step in with some of these studios that are maybe going in the wrong direction. Well, I don't say the wrong direction, but like, here's how I see it. If you go read the comments that people are talking or replying with, I do think people are being a little bit over the top. I won't lie. Like, when I just take a step back and I think, all right, Haley, yeah, she plays a pretty important role where she's Miles Morales' love interest. A lot of people have a problem with the side mission, where if you played Spider-Man 2, there's a side mission with Haley where you go around spray painting or doing like graffiti, like wall art. It's pretty mundane. I won't lie. Like, it's a very mundane mission, and it feels a little bit out of place in like a Spider-Man game. But here's what I like. When I read this article, they make it very clear, Insomniac that is, that they put a lot, like, it's very clear, a lot of development time and a lot of money went into this specific section of the game. And I just find it strange that, like, there's a disconnect here that is going to become more problematic if somebody doesn't change something at PlayStation. Here's the disconnect. Insomniac, a progressive studio in California, I think they're in California, but they're a very progressive studio. They clearly feel that it's extremely imperative to put this amount of development time, resource, and money into this section of the game. You know, focused on Haley, her mission. They hired like double the mocap actors for all of the sign language and stuff. Like, again, they just put a lot into it. They felt it was very important. On the other side, you have Sony, the business that is funding this, basically coming out and saying, our games are getting way too expensive. Then you have the Insomniac hack. If you look at the Insomniac hack, you realize this game cost $300 million, $40 million alone in cutscenes. okay, and motion capture. That's insane, dude. Like, holy shit, that's like the cost of, that used to be the cost of like some AAA games back in the day. That's just for cutscenes. Then you have, and this is the most important part. This is the most important part. Then you have the audience, right? The gamers. And most of the reply, like I've seen a lot of people saying that Haley's a fine character, her mission's fine. And I get it. It's like, okay, is it really that consequential? But a lot of people are saying, dude, this mission sucks. Like, we're not really that interested in this character. At least not any more or less than we would be in any other side character, right? Like, it's a side character. They play their role. They have a role, but we're not like that invested in it. We're really here for the superhero shit. You know, we're really here for the more interesting stuff. So, from my perspective, without trying to offend anybody, I mean, if you get offended, you get offended, but it's just my honest analysis of this. I think it's bizarre that we have this weird disconnect between Sony, between Insomniac, and between the audience, where Sony wants to save money and not let their games inflate to $300 million. They have a studio that is definitely willing to dump a lot of money into a section of a game that, I'll be frank with you, nobody asked for, and everybody would be fine if it wasn't there. And then the player is also finding it strange that, like, why is this so, like, why is this being labeled as like the biggest accomplishment in the game? This isn't that relevant or that interesting to me. And it becomes a point of contention or discourse. And that's not even with talking about Sweet Baby Inc. That's all. Like, to me, it's very clear here that, like, dude, you can't do all of this. It's not going to work. It's just not. Like, you can't make these big superhero game. I mean, in the case of Spider-Man, it's one of the biggest IPs in the world. You can't dump $300 million into a game like that and risk that. Like, here's what I'm trying to say. Is it just me, or does it seem like there's way too much discourse around Spider-Man 2 than there should be? Way more discourse around Spider-Man 2 compared to the first game, even compared to Miles Morales. It seems to me like Insomniac did a couple things with Spider-Man 2 that people picked up on, and they were like, well, what is this? And it has caught the attention of certain groups of people on both sides that are now like, and that's the point, is I'm just like, people have discovered in this Insomniac hack that there were cut sections of a chase sequence, apparently, with Venom and Peter Parker, where there was like destructible environments and everything. And people are like, yo, why wasn't this in the game? Now, granted, some people are saying, well, hey, Venom's going to get his own game. Maybe it's going to show up there, and maybe it will. But this is what is leading people to be like, hold on, certain parts of Spider-Man 2 to some people feel like they were a little bit rushed. If they weren't a little bit rushed, they were a little bit, if not, maybe like, did they deliver in the way that people were expecting? Did anything feel a little bit underwhelming? So you have this going on, all while like we're seeing stuff like this where Insomniac's big focus is on, to be frank, again, just to be blunt about it, what many would consider the most, like, the least interesting part of the game. Like, that's not why people are buying your game. It's nice. Like, I get it. It's a nice, thoughtful thing. That's not why people are buying your game. Meanwhile, you have Sony over here being like, what the fuck is going on with our money? Do you guys see like what I'm getting at here? Where it really is beginning to seem like there's potentially some serious miscommunication or some misunderstanding, like in three sectors here, where Sony is trying to save money, their studios want to be ultra progressive, and the audience also wants to save money, but they want to make sure that they're getting the type, like exactly the type of experience that they're expecting for $70. And to be honest, it seems like most of them are saying we don't really want a progressive experience. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, that's the situation I'm watching unfold in front of me. And I just wonder, like, what is Sony going to do about this? Because $40 million on cutscenes is fucking nuts. Fucking nuts, dude. Oh, by the way, and I just have to add this in there, Insomniac suffered layoffs. Insomniac suffered layoffs, dude. Like, people are wondering, how could Insomniac suffer layoffs? This is how. This is how. And to be clear, I mostly enjoyed Spider-Man 2. I know people are probably thinking I'm being a hater. Michael, you're saying I didn't read your second super chat? I'm pretty sure I did, Michael. Oh, yeah, you're right. I didn't. Michael, you're saying Phil Spencer's like Trump. No matter how many lies he tells or how much he fails his followers, they just blindly follow him off a cliff. God damn, Michael, you could have warned me, bro. I'm over here being like, let's try not to make this too political. Meanwhile, Michael's like, let's go. Thank you for pointing that out, though. I had no idea I missed that, Michael. That was not intentional, by the way. And we also have Michael Wernick coming in saying, if you enjoy casual talk with PlayStation fans and just shooting the breeze, please give MBG a sub and a like. Thank you, Michael. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, if you're new, subscribe and hit that like button. You guys are killing it today. But yeah, again, I'm trying not to focus too much on this. It's something that I noticed. Like, I'm seeing all of this discourse and all of this conversation, if you want to call it that. It seems like it's a little bit more than conversation, a lot of argumentation going on over Spider-Man 2, over Insomniac Games, over IGN, over, the progressive nature of these studios, over Sony themselves. And I think the solution here is very simple. I really do. I really, really do. I don't have a problem personally with, I don't consider myself on the left or, liberal necessarily. I think there are extremists on both sides, but I think the solution here is very simple. It's balance. It is. It's like, I don't think there's anything wrong with some of these studios saying we want to include some things in our game that align with our beliefs that we think will be good and progressive. It's fine as long as it's not, going over the top. And I'm not even saying, like, look, I almost wonder, and again, I know this is going to offend people, but I'm just being a fucking realist here. And I'm just asking the real questions, like, did Insomniac spend too much time and money on this aspect of the game for their own self-righteous reasons? Like, I'm being serious. Is this really what people asked for? And if they say, well, we gave people what they asked for, but we put this in there too. Like, we put this on top of what they asked for. But again, it's like, I don't get it. If we are in a time where people are losing their jobs, they're losing their jobs because of mismanagement of money, or just because AAA game development is becoming unsustainable, then why are we adding this stuff? Because no matter what you say, that costs time and money and resource. And I just think the whole situation is fucked, because it's like, if people aren't asking for this in the first place, then you're just creating a totally unnecessary problem. You're creating a problem with the audience where people are now feeling like, what the fuck? What is this? And then you're seeing Sony saying, where's our fucking money? But then you have Insomniac saying, this could be our proudest achievement. It's like, who is in agreement with that? I'm not sure. Like, again, I'm not trying to offend because I feel like the intent, I want to make it clear. I feel like the intent is not nefarious necessarily. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be inclusive and wanting to, explore these different avenues. But it's like, I'm just saying, people say, oh, it's just an optional mission. That's not the point. The point is, who wants to play that mission? Truly, who wants to play that optional side mission? And if the answer is 98% of people are saying, no, I don't, that doesn't sound interesting or exciting to me, and that's not why I'm buying this game, then why is it there? We know why it's there. And so my solution is simple. Put it somewhere else. Like, I'm being serious. Like, if it's that important to you, put it somewhere else. But see, you won't put it somewhere else. You need to put it in Spider-Man 2. Because if you try to put it somewhere else, no one's going to play it. And I'm sorry if I'm offending, I'm sorry. But I'm trying to just say it as I see it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe somebody at Insomniac will say, actually, MBG, this shit didn't cost nearly anything. It didn't take nearly as much time. But I'm telling you, if you read that article, they hired like a whole nother second set of mocap actors just for this one character. And I don't understand why this is what Insomniac leads with. We're talking about the Spider-Man universe. No offense to Haley Cooper and Miles Morales' love interest, but that's what you're leading with when you talk about all the exciting new animation work you did? Again, who is this for? That's the question I have to ask. And I guess I'm just bringing this topic up because I do feel that there is a bit of a reckoning coming with Sony Studios if it hasn't happened already. I'll be honest. I think Sony Japan is probably looking at this. Again, Hiroki Totoki is the money guy. He's literally Sony CFO. They're going to see this shit. They're going to start asking questions and being like, where is this money going towards? And why? And you know what? I do wonder, because it's like people have said before, like, should we be concerned if Sony reduces the budgets of some of these games? And I'll tell you what, if this is what $40 million or at least $20 million or $15 million, however much it is, if this is where that money's going, I'm totally for Sony reducing the budgets. So that way the studios are forced to focus on what matters most. And that is make the product that is appealing to the audience you're trying to get to give you $70 for that product. Do that. Focus on that first and foremost. And if there's money left over, sure, go ahead. But if not, no harm, no foul. You deliver the product that people want and expect. That's it. Shems, I hear you, man. And that's all. Like, I just feel like that's all it comes down to is it is bizarre to me that the conversation around media, around entertainment is seeming it's straying too far away from what it should be focused on, which is a target demographic of like, who's buying your product? And there's nothing wrong with wanting to appeal to a wider demographic, but you also have to keep it within reason. And to me, trying to appeal to a wider demographic during a time of extreme turmoil where people are getting laid off and you know, the industry is like on fire financially, is this really the best time to try to do something like that? I don't think so. So I hope we see, I don't know, not necessarily change, but I just hope Sony and their studios can realize that, you know, just focus on appealing to the people that kind of got you where you are. And then if you want to try to include more people, that's fine, but do it within reason. That's all. What's the target demographic? Well, see, that's the thing. To me, the target demographic simply is people who want, well, if we're talking about Spider-Man, the target demographic is people who want a super exciting, fun game from start to finish that's focused 99% of the time on Spider-Man or the Spider-Men and the villains. And then 95% of the time. And the other 5% is focus on the other characters so that they can incorporate them into the wider story where need be. That's it. Like, that's all it is, dude. That's all. And it's that simple. And I don't know, man. I've seen people basically criticizing Spider-Man 2, being like, is it just me, or does it feel like the pacing of this game is off? And it probably is, because you can tell that they're like, Spider-Man 2, in my opinion, suffered from that problem, is they have too many different ideas at one time. Where like, we gotta hit this note, we gotta hit that note, we gotta hit these 3 notes over here. And that's all fine, well, and good. But it's like, if you're doing, like, I think they just bit off more than they could chew. And I think, unfortunately, they chose to prioritize some things that it's like, you know, like does look, I'm not trying to be overly critical, but in all seriousness, does anybody kind of feel like they really started to build Kraven up as this like really intense, formidable foe character, and it's just like, and then he's just gone? But just get him the fuck out of here. I mean, don't get me wrong, he had a great send-off, but it just felt like, you know, it's like, oh, it's approaching the climax with Kraven, and then it was just like, well, yeah, that's about it. Like, what? You know, like, I thought, and same thing with Venom. You know, like, Venom I'm a little bit more understanding of, because apparently they have a standalone Venom game, which I'm super excited for. But it felt like there were just too many things left on the table that should have been there. Like, obviously, between Peter and Venom. And they just, like, never happened. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I am being a little bit overly critical, but you're saying the third act was just awful. I mean, I didn't think it was awful. I just felt like it. I mean, the third act of Spider-Man 2 definitely went in a different direction than I expected, but I guess I was just ultimately expecting a somewhat different dynamic to be at play between Venom and Peter. And I don't know. Like, I don't necessarily think it was a mistake. I don't know. Maybe it was, the more I think about it. I think this game may have made a mistake by trying to create like a dynamic of like, you're playing as Peter and Miles. And I know what people are going to think. They're going to think, oh, you don't like Miles. You're just a Miles head. Actually, no, I really do like Miles Morales. In fact, what I was going to say is you should have standalone Peter Parker and standalone Miles Morales games. Like, they should each have their own games. I think they're both interesting enough and offer enough. Although I have seen people say that Miles is going to need more actual villains to fight that are not just like Peter Parker's villains that are unique to him. But that's what I think, man. I just think that, again, they tried to do too much at once. And I don't know. This conversation's going a bit off the rails. I went way longer with it than I had planned to, but we're going to see what happens, man. I think Western game development studios, I'm going to fucking be brutally honest right now. And I will say I don't care if I offend some people when I say this. I'm just being brutally honest. They need to get their heads out of their asses. They do. They need to get their heads out of their asses. They need to stop being so self-righteous with their view of what they're doing with game development and game design. And they need to just get back to the simple fucking reality of, you make video games, make fun video games that people love to play. That's it. That's it. That's what they need to do. And I really hope they do that. Because again, bringing it back to Stellar Blade, I know there's all this conversation about the way this character looks, but it's like, look at the game. Look at the fucking game. What's it doing? What's it doing? It's focused on being fun. I'm playing Rise of the Ronin right now, dude. Rise of the Ronin is highly political. It's literally Japanese history with Americans trying to come in and colonize and shit, and there ain't no drama around it. Because there's no drama to be had. There's no forced bullshit. The game is like, you decide. You decide. So it's not politics. It's not even politics. The politics are not the problem. It's not the problem. The problem is people with their heads up their asses that think they're going to, push shit on people. Anyway, all right, we're going to move on. I know some people can't stand that conversation and where it goes, but God save Wolverine. God save Wolverine. Will it be Wolverine or will it be Wolverine? Well, you know what? Before I move on, let me ask. How do you guys feel about Logan, the movie? I mean, I'll tell you how I think that movie's fucking amazing. I think that movie is like the best depiction of Wolverine I've ever seen. It was incredible. I feel like, listen, Insomniac, you want to make a good Wolverine? I'm not saying copy Logan. I'm just saying take some fucking notes. That's it. Just take some notes. And that's it. That's it. Anyway, sorry, TO Music and Meditation, you're saying it sucks. They make everything political these days. Yeah. Well, these developers, if there's one thing I've learned, a lot of them spend just as much time on Twitter, on social media as regular people, and it has an influence. Actually says I have zero hope for Wolverine. Here's my question, and I promise I will move on after I ask this final question. My question, by the way, it says we're at 164 when it comes to members. My question is, after seeing the exposure of Sweet Baby Inc., I haven't really covered it too much here, and I'm not planning on it, but if you go look, Sweet Baby Inc. was exposed, and it's not good. It's definitely not good. My question is, does Insomniac and these other AAA studios, not just Sony studios, but these other studios, do they double and triple down and say, fuck you to everybody who's like, why are you working with this consultation company that you should have no business working with? Why are you choosing to do that? And I'm like wondering, with a game like Wolverine, we know that Sweet Baby Inc. was involved with Spider-Man 2, and you can kind of see that in some areas. My question is, does Insomniac say, we don't fucking care, we're still sticking with them with Wolverine? Because something like that is where I may be pushed too far, where it's like, you guys know. Like, it's out there. Like, we know. And it's not racism. It's not sexism. It's that it's extremism is what it is. And people are identifying that it's extremism. And they're simply saying, please don't allow extremist individuals to have influence or say over your games and your stories. Please don't do that. And if they turn around and just simply say, no, we're going to do it anyway, that's when I'm like, okay, well, I don't know. I don't think I can be a part of that. Like, willingly, knowingly. Anyway, we'll see what happens, man. We'll see what happens. Not the conversation I thought I'd be having on Easter, but here we are. Here we are. It's basically money laundering shit. All right. So, let me see how many more topics we have left. We have 1, 2, 3. We have 3 main topics and maybe 1 bonus topic, but I don't know if we're going to have enough time for the bonus topic. So, all right. All right, we're going to move. Well, let me just close out. This was meant to be the topic about Jim Ryan. So I'll bring it back around to Jim Ryan, and I'll close it out by simply saying my thoughts on Jim Ryan during his time as PlayStation CEO. A lot of good, a lot of questionable, right? I think Jim Ryan did good in making sure the PS5 launched, in the best possible way it could. He made sure there was a strong launch lineup. He made sure that we got sequels to games we wanted. He made sure that, to the best of his ability, that stock was there when it could be. He greenlit a ton of new PlayStation accessories that we've never seen Sony embrace before, with stuff like Corey, you didn't miss the GTA report. He greenlit stuff like the DualSense Edge. He saw through PSVR 2 up to its launch, of course. He greenlit things like the PlayStation Portal, which could eventually lead to maybe a dedicated handheld. And I think he did a lot of good stuff. But the questionable stuff, right? Bungie, in my opinion, the biggest, I don't know, I guess you could say red X, if you want to call it that could linger and follow Jim Ryan's legacy at PlayStation, even when he's gone. It could be Bungie, depending on how it plays out. It's very clear that he was out of his depth. And so was Herman Hulst. Everybody at Sony involved with the Bungie acquisition was out of their depth and did not fully understand who they were getting in the bed with, necessarily, for lack of a better term. And we're seeing them pay for that. Can they turn it around? Yes, there is hope that they can turn it around for Bungie. And when it comes to the live service thing, it's a 50-50 situation. When it comes to Jim Ryan being the one to bring in the live service era at PlayStation, right now it's 50-50 because, again, we have Bungie on one hand, but we have Helldivers 2 on the other. And it's like, again, that it's very much a Jim Ryan thing where there's a lot of good and there's a lot of bad. And when it's good, it's really good. And when it's bad, it's very questionable. And it's like, how bad is this really? And so I think there are things that we have yet to see. It is worth noting, this is important to understand, even though Jim Ryan will no longer be the head of PlayStation, we are going to see the rest of Jim Ryan's legacy at PlayStation unfold in the next 3 to 4 years. Every game that we see revealed and released between now and the PlayStation 6 is a Jim Ryan greenlit game. And it's going to be interesting to see how much did he really understand what people expect during the second half of the PlayStation 5 generation. And we'll see how the rest of the live service games turn out. But yeah, Jim Ryan, salute to you. 30 years at PlayStation. If there's one thing I can definitely say about Jim Ryan is he knew PlayStation. He knows PlayStation. He was there literally from the beginning. Not many people can say that. Certainly not many people left at Sony can say that. And so I think that he did the best he could. And we'll see. We'll see if when we get the next CEO, if we're saying, wow, this guy is so much better than Jim Ryan, or if we're going to be saying, wow, Jim Ryan, please come back because this new guy is horrible. We will find out. Guys, hit that like button for me. We are almost at 400 likes. You guys are crushing it today. Really, you're doing great. We're going to cover this topic really quickly. I don't have too much to say about it, but it's something that I would be remiss if I didn't mention it. Being reported by Insider Gaming, Jim Ryan has officially left PlayStation after more than 30 years at the company. His departure comes amid claims that the firm's current console, the PlayStation 5, will be one of the most successful devices the company's ever created. However, Jim Ryan himself revealed that there's quite a distance to go before the PS5 surpasses the company's best-selling console, the PlayStation 2. In a recent appearance on the official PlayStation podcast, outgoing PlayStation boss Jim Ryan revealed that the PlayStation 2 console sold a whopping 160 million units in its lifetime. It was already the best-selling console of all time, but that boost cements it as being almost untouchable for the foreseeable future. Previously, the estimated sales figure for the PlayStation 2 sat at around 155 million units. The PlayStation 2 is often seen as the greatest gaming console ever made. With a library of thousands of games, the PS2 saw the birth of many great franchises, and it was considered a technological marvel at the time. From 2000 to 2013, the PlayStation 2 remained supported and in production, and models of the console were still being released for the first time in some regions as late as 2009. That's so insane to think about. It's one of the single longest lifespans for any console in the history of gaming. It was so successful that it caused competitors to waver and struggle financially, and it effortlessly dominated the gaming scene for several years. And so, yeah, this was making headlines because Jim Ryan just seemingly casually dropped the fact that, oh yeah, the PS2 sold 160 million units, to where as for the longest time, it was 155. Now, I know what you might be thinking, like, is that really that big of a deal? What's it, 155, 160 million? But when you consider that the PS2 holds the record for the best-selling console of all time, that 5 million units makes a massive difference. It does, because, you know, when you see any console getting anywhere close to that number, like, oh, it's getting to 140 million, 145, 150, is it going to surpass it? Adding another 5 million onto that makes it that much harder to actually be able to go past that record, because that seems to be, I mean, right now it is the upper limit of how well a video game console can do, whether it's handheld or a home console, doesn't really matter. And so I also want to point out, there are quite a few people saying they do not believe this. There are quite a few people saying that that Jim Ryan is basically lying. It's, Jim Ryan at it again. Some people are saying that he's rounding up, that it didn't actually sell 160. Maybe it sold like 157 or 158 and he's rounding up. I have to say, I find it disturbing, the amount of people that believe, for some reason, Jim Ryan, who, may I remind you, is literally retiring. He has retired. He's no longer part of Sony or PlayStation. I find it disturbing, the amount of people that think that this man would come out here and just lie during his farewell little PlayStation podcast interview that he was doing. To me, like, look, I get it. I know some people don't like Jim Ryan, and I know some people are happy to see him go, but I think that's a pretty shitty thing to actually believe, that this man is coming out here after 30 years with the company and getting ready to retire and just enjoy. Like, I don't know if you guys listened to this little PlayStation podcast interview he did. It was pretty cool. Got a little bit of insight into how Jim Ryan might actually be outside of gaming. He's very into wine. I think he called himself like a wine snob, and that's something he plans on doing when he's retired, is enjoying his wine and hanging out with his family. And, he just seems like a pretty normal, chill dude, I guess, and he just wants to call it a career. I think it's crazy that people are like, yeah, man, he's out here lying. They didn't sell 160 million. I'm like, Levy H, you're saying, who gives a fuck, MBG? Dude laid off hundreds right after eating and dining with them. No, I know. I get that. And it's not a good look. But at the same time, it's like that there's nothing Jim could do about that. Like, it's not his place, Like, Jim doesn't get to decide. I'm assuming, like, as he's retiring, and maybe he does get to decide, actually, but as he's retiring, I don't think Jim gets to decide, like, hey, I just want to make sure everybody here knows you're all getting laid off. So let's enjoy this gathering, but you're all getting laid off. I mean, I guess he could, but at that point, it's probably going to fucking cause some kind of... I mean, I get it. It sucks that with Jim Ryan leaving, he also has to do the dirty work of, see, that's the thing too, though, is people wonder, like, why is it so hard to be a CEO of a company? Dude, it's hard because you're the person that's got to make those decisions. You know what I mean? When it's like, hey, you're in charge of this billion-dollar corporation, this multinational billion-dollar corporation, and we need to save money. Who are you letting go of? The axe has to fall. You got to make that decision. You signed up for that, and so you got to be able to handle the job. you know? And that's why it's like, look, I wouldn't want to do that. I wouldn't want to be in that position because that seems pretty fucking tough. Yeah, I do agree with that. That was a horrible look. You know what though? You think about it. Why was Jim Ryan visiting London studio right before the studio got shut down? That's probably why. But I mean, look, man, it's like you enter the studio, you shake the hands of all these people. You know, you're friendly and cordial with them, but at the end of the day, you're there to see like you're tasked with a job. We're paying you to do something. Are you achieving it? Are you doing the job or not? Is it working or not? And if the answer is like no, you know, if it's like, hey, we expected you to hit this milestone like months ago. Did you hit it yet? And it's like, no. I feel for people. I do. I feel for people who lose their jobs, but it's like, it's just the name of the game, man. It's the way of all things. You either are able to achieve it and do it, or you're not, and things change. And in this case, the change is, sorry, London studio, your time's up. It's a bitter pill to swallow, certainly, but yeah, he's a snake, MBG. He's off with his fortune in wine tastings. He went to London studio with roots of 1983, the beginning of gaming, and he did that. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could see it that way as well, man. But let me ask you this, Titus Crow, and everybody else. And I'm just playing devil's advocate here. That's all. What if the game was truly ass, though? Like, what if it was like straight up like dog shit? And it's just like, I'm gonna save the PlayStation fat. I know, I get it. It's like, well, just cancel it. I will say the one thing I don't understand about the shutting down of London studio, the one thing I don't understand is like, I think they should have been given one chance to try to do something with, maybe with like The Getaway again. Maybe that wasn't possible. Maybe all the people who made The Getaway are long gone. But yeah, I get what you're saying. I guess I'm just trying to say, look, I believe Jim Ryan when he says that they hit 160 million. That's all I'm trying to say. And so, yeah, man. Again, not a whole lot to say about it, except will be very interesting to see if anything tops the legendary PS2 sitting at 160 million units sold. The Zombie Fanatic, I'm sorry, man. I almost missed your super chat here. You're saying MBG. What do I think PS Ready means when he says PS5 is the new PS2? Well, I'm going to be real with you right now, and I'm going to say please don't ever click on any of PS Ready's videos because they are the most horrific clickbait bullshit I've ever seen for PlayStation in my life. It's actually disturbing, like just being real. I come across PS Ready's videos sometimes, and I look at the thumbnails and I look at the titles, and I'm like, I'm actually pissed at how ridiculously deceptive this is. And it makes me very sad that people still click on it because, look, I'm not judging the content itself. I don't watch it because I don't click on it. So maybe the content is good, but what I believe we shouldn't support is that. I don't think channels that clickbait and that basically make shit up in their thumbnails and titles, I don't think they should be rewarded for it because it just reinforces bad behavior and it encourages other people. And Zombie Fanatic, I'm sorry, I'm not blaming you, man. Like, I'm just saying, if I had to guess what they mean when they say the PS5 is the new PS2, I mean, what do they mean? Do they mean that the PS5 is going to do as well as the PS2? Are they referencing the fact that more PS2 games are coming in like PlayStation Plus Premium, and that there's a rumor that PS2 game that they're working with this company to help bring more PS2 games through the what's the word I'm looking for? the emulator, PS2 emulator, bringing more PS2 games. I don't know. You're saying he said the PS6 will be weak, and I believed it. I mean, the PS6 is not going to be weak. It might not be as big of a leap as people expect because it's the 6th generation of the PlayStation and the law of diminishing returns and whatnot. But no, it's not going to be weak. I'm sorry to go on that little tangent as well. It's just it frustrates me because it literally impacts me directly. Where I'm trying my best to just be straight up in my titles and thumbnails and not lean into that like clickbait nonsense. And I understand people are desperate for clicks because things are slow right now. And I understand that everybody's got to do what they got to do. And until Sony decides they're ready to start announcing new stuff, I get it. But come on, man. Like there has to be a better way. Anyway. Either way, Zombie Fanatic, I appreciate the super chat. Sorry, I just hit my microphone. I'm sorry if that was really loud. We're going to move on to the next topic now, though, guys. We're reaching the final topics. So we're going to talk about them. And then again, reminder, at the end of the stream, we're going to bring Boss in. I'm sure he's eager as anything to come in. We're going to celebrate by giving him some snacks and doing some reps, okay? All right. The next topic, exclusive from Insider Gaming, PS5 Pro enhanced requirements detailed. Now, this is a very interesting one, I think. With the soon-to-be-announced PS5 Pro expected to hit shelves later this year, Insider Gaming has learned of the developer requirements that need to be met to have the PS5 Pro Enhanced label. Internally, this is currently being called the Trinity Enhanced label, but for the sake of SEO, we will be referring to it as the PS5 Pro Enhanced moving forward. The Enhanced label first made its introduction into the PlayStation ecosystem following the release of the PS4 Pro, which meant that the game utilized the Pro console's improved hardware to offer improved frame rates and resolutions. For the PS5 Pro, PlayStation wants games to offer a PS5 Pro exclusive graphics mode that will combine, and they have 3 bullet points here, PSSR to upscale resolution to 4K, a constant 60 FPS, add or increase ray tracing effects. According to documents sent to Insider Gaming, this is possible because of the faster RAM, 28% faster, and the GPU, which is 67% larger than the standard console. And obviously they link to all the PS5 Pro specs. PlayStation says these combined make the PS5 Pro 45% faster than the standard PS5 and can provide twice the rendering speed of the standard console. PlayStation goes on to continue that games may also be given, and this is the important part, games can also be given the PS5 Pro Enhanced label if they offer any of the following enhancements. Increased target resolution for titles that run a fixed resolution on the standard console. Increased target maximum resolution for titles that run at variable resolution on the standard console. Increased target frame rate for titles that target a fixed frame rate on the standard console, or inclusion of PS5 Pro ray tracing effects. For high demanding games like GTA 6, tech expert and Digital Foundry founder Richard Ledbetter has said that people shouldn't expect GTA 6 to run at 60 FPS on the PS5 Pro. And a lot of people are really holding on to that. And so this is interesting to me because, well, it's interesting, but not at the same time. On one hand, it's not surprising or interesting that Sony is going to label PS5 Pro games as PS5 Pro Enhanced. They're going to follow exactly what they did with the PS4. But what is interesting to me is the actual requirements, right? The requirements for the PS5 Pro Enhancement label. It's kind of weird the way this article is written, because it first makes it sound like for the PS5 Pro, PlayStation wants games to offer PS5 Pro exclusive graphics modes that will combine PSSR, a constant 60 FPS, add or increase ray tracing effects. But then the second part of this says in order to get PS5 Pro Enhanced, the label, any of the following need to be met. And then those following are basically like, just up the resolution, just make it a native 4K resolution if it's not, up the frame rate, stabilize the frame rate, or increase the frame rate to any degree, it sounds like. Maybe not to any degree. It says increase target frame rate for titles that target a fixed frame rate. So essentially what that's saying is if your game targets 30 FPS, but you can get to 60 on the Pro, you can, and then you're considered PS5 Pro Enhanced. But they're saying here, again, this is from the documentation, just add ray tracing. So technically, a studio with a AAA game can just add ray tracing and it can be labeled PS5 Pro Enhanced. Now, obviously, that would be unwise of a studio to do because no one's going to be excited about that. At least I don't think they would be. People would be expecting a little bit more than that. But I could be wrong about this, but I get the impression when reading this article, because it seems to be cut in half here. The first thing when he says PS5 Pro, PlayStation, for the PS5 Pro, PlayStation wants games to offer a PS5 Pro exclusive graphics mode that will combine, that's a key word, combine, PSSR, upscaled to 4K, a constant 60 FPS, add or increase ray tracing effects. I think this is for PlayStation first-party studios. That's what I think. I think this is for PlayStation first-party studios where it, like, basically Sony's saying to, like, Naughty Dog, Insomniac, Santa Monica, like, listen, we want you guys to really take advantage of this stuff and show what the PS5 can do, the Pro that is, with all of these things combined. And then I think the second half here is essentially just for third-party developers where Sony knows it would be very unwise of them to mandate to the third-party devs, make sure you do all these things in combination, because devs might get pissed off and say, we're not doing that shit. So in order to encourage devs to want to chase for that PS5 Pro Enhanced label and encourage devs to actually do something with their game on the PS5 Pro, they're basically saying you can do any one of these things. Add ray tracing. If you don't want to add ray tracing, increase the target resolution for a title that runs at a fixed resolution, or you can increase the frame rate. And this makes sense to me. You know, I think this is the smartest way for Sony to handle it. Again, there's nothing really surprising here, but interesting nonetheless, in that it seems to me like Sony is trying to mandate to their first-party studios, like, you guys have to use this shit. And I can't blame Sony for that. Like Sony probably put a ton of R&D, and Mark Cerny probably put a ton of time into coming up with this PSSR spectral resolution. Of course, Sony's going to turn to their internal studios and say, guys, we want you to use this. We want you to show what this is capable of. And I'm sure they're happy to do it, right? Like, again, at the end of the day, this technology is put in place. And I want this to be emphasized because I think a lot of people gloss over this fact. This technology is being made and created and put into place to help developers make their games look and run better. That's the point. Devs should be happy about that because it means that, hey, our game that's already pretty can look even prettier. And who knows? Well, we do know. If you look at the data, as shallow as it sounds, people love graphics, dude. People love graphics. And that's why when you see these showcases and stuff, why aren't we seeing games running at 60? Why are they showing everything in the graphics mode? Why are they so obsessed with the ray tracing? Because this is the stuff that appeals to the more general population and audience. And so I guess my question is, what do you guys think of these requirements? I think they're very fair. I do. I think that they're actually perfect. I think the requirements for the first-party studios, assuming that's what we're looking at, of course, first-party studios, please take advantage of the spectral super resolution. Please try to maintain a constant 60 FPS, and please add some ray tracing. I have no doubt, dude, that Sony's first-party studios are going to do some fucking crazy shit with the Pro. I'm totally ready for, like, Naughty Dog to come out and be like, you guys want a PSSR upscaled 4K resolution? Check. You want 60 FPS? Check. You want some of the most insane graphics you've ever seen? Check. Oh, and you want some ray tracing on top of that? Check. I fucking bet you they're going to be able to do some of that shit with the PS5 Pro. But I do think it's also very fair and reasonable to, that for third-party devs, for everybody else, it's like, okay, we know you're not going to be able to do all this, but just do something. And that's what I was expecting to begin with, right? Like, I'm expecting any game that's going to have the PS5 Pro Enhanced label, I'm going to anticipate that it's going to do at least one of these things to a significant degree. But here's the thing. If you're a studio that's going to optimize your game for the PS5 Pro, why would you just target one of these things? You know what I mean? Like, why would you just increase the resolution, right? When you could probably increase the frame rate as well. Why would you just increase the resolution when you can probably increase the resolution and max out ray tracing or like really pump it up? I think, again, developers, it would just make the most sense. Do everything you can because you'll probably have a better chance of selling your game. You're saying that costs time and money. Look at the DualSense. That's true. I mean, there's no denying that optimizing for the PS5 Pro will take some time, but realistically, it shouldn't take much time. You know, I think it depends because if we're talking about third-party devs are already targeting PC, and so they're already scaling like crazy. I guess what I'm trying to say, if you could look at scaling games on PC as very difficult, so look at like difficulty levels for games, right? Hard, very hard, normal, easy. If we look at scaling games for the PC environment as hard mode, then scaling for the PS5 Pro should be easy mode. Maybe something like the Series S could be considered like medium difficulty. Does that make sense? That's essentially what we're looking at with the PS5 Pro. Sony, like everything, it's so obvious that Sony wanted to make it as easy as shit for developers to optimize for the Pro. And that's smart because it's just like, look, man, if you don't make it easy to develop for the Pro, it will fail. Not only will people not buy it because it's not getting supported, but devs are going to be annoyed. And again, Sony, they went through this with the PS4 Pro. And so saying third party does not care. Well, I hope not. I hope they do care. That would be very disappointing if it turns out that they don't care, because that's the worst case scenario. Just to be clear, the worst case scenario is the PS5 Pro turns into a first party highlight machine, which I would still support because I'd be okay with that. I would be somewhat unhappy because I'd be like, damn, I definitely want it more, but I can't. I would be happy to have that machine for those games. But I think people, listen, I think the PS5 Pro is going to sell better than people think. I do. I think it's going to sell better than people think. I think it's going to sell out. And I think that if devs act like they don't want to support it, I think there will be pushback. I think you will see PS5 Pro buyers and owners basically vocalizing like, no, we want you to support this shit. Come on. And I think devs are going to be like, all right. And I don't think it'll be a big deal because, again, based off of everything we know, it shouldn't be hard for them. It shouldn't be. I mean, again, I just got to bring this up because it's relevant to the conversation. We heard from GDC, developers are asking the question, what's the point of the PS5 Pro when we haven't really even taken full advantage of the PS5? Again, my question to them is then what the fuck have you been doing this whole time? You know, like that, like to me, that's like a, it just doesn't compute with me because it's like, it's been 4 years, you know, like I understand we haven't fully, and don't get me wrong, like I understand we haven't fully tapped out the PS5, but that makes it sound like they haven't even gotten close. And it's like, what? You know, like 4 years into the PS4 generation, we were starting to get not pretty close, but we started to see the beginnings of like, oh, okay, now we're starting to see what this console can do. But I just think it's weird that apparently the developer conversation at GDC is they're acting like we're just now beginning to develop our games for the PS5. It's like, dude, what have you been doing? Anyway, we got Michael Warneth here with another super chat. Thank you, Michael. You're saying the PS5 Pro Enhanced title confuses me. Are they separate discs? If not, can old games get the update? They will not be separate discs. At least they shouldn't be. I mean, maybe in like, yeah, no, they're not going to be. I mean, some games like FF7 Rebirth might need 2 discs just because they're that large, but the PS5 Pro Enhanced label is just going to essentially mean that if you have a PS5 Pro and you pick up, let's just say Wolverine, and on the box, like if you're buying it physically, on the box it says PS5 Pro Enhanced, it just means that that game is going to take advantage of your PS5 Pro. That's all it means. And so when you talk about like, can old games get the update? Absolutely. Yeah, that's absolutely going to happen. Like you're going to see, I guarantee you, God of War Ragnarok. Absolutely, God of War Ragnarok is one of the best-selling PlayStation games. You're going to see that get PS5 Pro Enhanced. You're going to see games like Horizon. You have to understand, like Sony is viewing this as a again a soft relaunch of the PS5, where it is in their best interest to generate excitement by actually like leveraging games that have already come out. I don't know how far that will extend. I think it does come down to like whether or not the studio can take the time to do that. But like will a game like Ghost of Tsushima be PS5 Pro Enhanced? Probably not. It's a bit too old at this point. You know, it's like that ship has sailed. But instead, Ghost of Tsushima 2 will be enhanced. Will a game like Spider-Man 2 get PS5 Pro Enhanced? Absolutely. Absolutely, that game's going to. In fact, that's probably going to be one of the first games they're going to show off on the PS5 Pro. And Spider-Man 2, like, look, I know I was being very critical of it earlier, but it's a great looking game, dude. It's a very good looking game. One of the best looking games out there, I think. Open world games, that is. And again, you're talking about a studio that's like, we're running at 1440p, 60 FPS with a little bit of ray tracing. Dude, they're going to fucking kill it on the Pro. Like, if they can do that on the base PS5, they're going to murder with the Pro. And yeah, like, and that's the thing is like, if you have Spider-Man 2 and you buy a PS5 Pro, you're not going to have to do anything. Like that, you're going to get the PS5 Pro enhanced version of Spider-Man 2. So there's no separate disc, probably just an update for the game, but you're not going to have to pay for it. Oh my God, could you imagine that? Sony making you pay for PS5 Pro upgrades? And then we'd have to revolt. That's when they would take things way too far. Stellar Blade, yeah, games like Stellar Blade and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, these are all games that could absolutely get PS5 Pro enhanced. So I'm excited, man. I'm excited about. I know that there's so many people that are so down on the PS5 Pro, but I'll be real with you. I'm totally excited. You think they're 100% going to charge? No way, dude. That's a bridge too far. They would, if they decided to charge for PS5 Pro upgrades, even I wouldn't buy a Pro. Like, and dude, let me tell you, I'm very excited for the Pro. But if they were like, we're going to charge you for like $10 for every upgrade, no, I'm good, man. Like, I just bought a whole new fucking console. Sony didn't do that for the PS4 Pro. Irvin says you will. Well, I will do it very reluctantly. This is part of my job, people, all right? Hold on. Why are you... Okay, hold on. This is a whole new thing. Why are you guys convinced they're going to charge? This is weird to me. Why would they... Like, they didn't charge for the PS4 Pro, and arguably you got maybe bigger enhancements for some PS4 Pro games, visually speaking. No, that... I'm telling you, man. They already tried to? When? Oh, are you talking about with the director's cuts of games? You're talking about like Horizon and so, well, okay. Okay, yeah, that's true. And I understand why people would think that. If they were willing to do it for PS4 to PS5 games, what would stop them from doing it to PS4 and PS5 Pro? But Shems, I agree. That is different. Sony has the ability to say, it's not even the ability, but they have like the leverage, if you want to call it that, but this is next gen. This is next gen. This is a next gen upgrade. And granted, like most of us are like, really? Like you're going to charge $10? It's like, yeah, we can because it's next gen. Next gen, $70. That's next gen, baby. $70. It's like, okay, all right, I get it. They can't do that with the Pro, dude. They'd be fucking nuts. Like, dude, I'll tell you, here's what I'll tell you. Somebody write this down or timestamp this, or well, Devil Shooter at some point will timestamp it. Try to remember I'm saying this. If Sony has the audacity to come out with the PS5 Pro and say you're gonna have to pay for PS5 Pro upgrades, the backlash will be so severe, it'll be so swift, and it'll be so overwhelming, they will literally reverse it the next day and say, never mind, no you don't, just kidding. Guaranteed. They would not get away with that. They know that. If Sony's that dumb, then they deserve what they get after that. But there's no way. I refuse to believe they're that dumb to think that they could charge for PS5 Pro upgrades. You can listen, man, charge what you want for the PS5 Pro, but there ain't no way you're charging for upgrades. All right, let's see. You're saying, Broccoli Rob, you're saying, I wouldn't say they're dumb, but they want money. And I get that. But here, well, let me ask you this. What do you think is a better way for Sony to get money? To try to make the PS5 Pro as appealing as possible so people are buying a whole ass console for $500 or $600, or to ring the pockets of the people that are going to buy the Pro and piss off everybody else in the process? If I'm being like a cynical, greedy business person, I can see the upside of let's just ring their pockets, but I see a bigger upside too. But what if we could just sell more Pros? What if we could just sell more PS5 Pros? Because I do get what you guys are saying. Like, if they really lean into that greed mentality, yeah, like I said, man, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile, and that would be Sony taking 2 miles, and they would suffer for it. I'm telling you, it would backfire. Somebody at Sony has to be aware enough to know that. I know that they want money, but they have to be aware enough to know that that would never work. It would never work. I know Microsoft isn't going to have a mid-gen refresh, but that would be fucking nuts. Listen, Sony. Don't worry about charging for the Pro upgrades. You want to get your money from people? Focus on that PlayStation 6 Bloodborne remake, okay? Focus on that God of War remake. I don't know if they're actually making that or not, but do your remasters, do your remakes, but you start charging for Pro upgrades, you lost me completely at that point. But we'll see. We'll see. $20 upgrade to Toki era begins. Oh my God, Portal Ash. Not even a $10 upgrade, a $20 upgrade. 30th anniversary surprise. I love the cynicism, guys. I love the cynicism. Exley's not being cynical, though. I'm with Exley on this one. All right, but there you go. That is, oh, yeah, really quick. Irfan, you're saying, did you see that they are remastering the Uncharted remaster? Listen to me, man. Listen to me. Well, hold on. Question. Is the Uncharted collection on PC? It is not. The Nathan Drake collection is not on PC. Yeah, that's happening. Oh my God, that's going to be so bad. But here's the thing though. Here's why that's so fucking awkward. If you're Sony, you have two options. And I'm curious, what do you guys think the better option is here? You have two options. Either announcement, Uncharted Nathan Drake collection is coming to PC. Please buy it. And it's going to look great on PC. It's going to have all the bells and whistles on PC. It's going to look amazing. And that's it. And then PS5 owners are like, what the fuck, dude? Why aren't we getting a better version of this? I'll buy it. A lot of people won't buy it, but there will be those PlayStation and Uncharted fans that will absolutely buy that on PS5. So if you're Sony, you have option one, just drop it on PC and not only get less money, but piss off a couple of PlayStation 5 owners as well. Or just make a version for PS5 as well. Do you see what I'm saying? Like this, now, if Sony wants to thread that needle, simple solution, Sony. When you announce this for PS5, just tell people it's a $10 upgrade if you already own it on PS4. I see the ridiculousness of it. A remaster of a remaster, what is happening? This is too much, but you know it's going to happen. You know it is, because you know they're going to drop this on PC. And I know that when the way Sony approaches dropping these games on PC, like most of the time, not all the time, but it's like, do we offer a PS5 version? I don't know, man. Saying that's stupid. I have no doubt that one of the ways Sony's going to try to make a lot of money is through a lot of remakes and a lot of remasters. And listen, man, I'm just going to give it to you guys straight. Yep. All right. Okay. I'll try. Sorry. Easter dinner is almost ready, guys, so I'm going to have to speed through the last topic here so we can get these reps in. All I'm going to say is if you don't like the remakes and the remasters and you think there's too many, don't buy them. Don't do it. Save your money. And we got Kirby Shaw coming in here. You guys are just going crazy today with the support. Seriously, I'm staggered. I can't thank you guys enough. Kirby Shaw dropping a $50 super chat here. Kirby says, sorry I haven't donated in a while. Kitchen life has been crazy. Well, first off, don't ever feel like you have to apologize for something like that, man. I don't want anybody who supports feeling like they're obligated or they have to apologize. Absolutely not. When you're able to, and you do, that's all that matters, man. And I really appreciate that. And you're saying here, what are you hoping for as far as the physical design for the PS5 Pro? Any extra software features you'd like to see? And lastly, do you think the DualSense will see any major upgrades? I didn't even think about that, actually. I didn't think about the idea of the DualSense. Oh, you know what? That's really interesting, Kirby, because there were reports of like a DualSense V2 or something. And I'm almost wondering, considering Sony saw how important the DualSense was to the PS5 rollout, if maybe they're like, you know what? We need to add a little something extra here. That would be actually really smart. So to answer the second part of your question, do I think there will be any, well, you're saying major upgrades. I'm going to say no major DualSense upgrades, but maybe a minor upgrade. It could be something small like, I mean, I don't know, maybe like, I don't know. Maybe like they could take a couple of things from the DualSense Edge, like the textured grips or something. If not that, maybe like the engraved triggers for better grip on the triggers, stuff like that. Or, I mean, obviously, the most obvious, better battery life. That would be great. I think that would be like a major upgrade, but I don't know. It could. Sony would have to be careful though, because I imagine most of the innovation is going to want to be saved for the PlayStation 6 with the DualSense 2. Now, I'm really thinking, now that I'm actually factoring that in, I think if we do see any changes to DualSense, I'm actually going to retract this a little bit. I think it's going to be very, very minor. Fix the stick drift. Yeah, we can only dream, right? We can only dream. Now, the first part of what you're saying here, what am I hoping for as far as the physical design of the PS5 Pro? I mean, let me think here. What would I hope for? Geez, I mean, I would hope for something that looks, to be honest, like better than both the PS5 and the PS5 Slim, because I do like the look of the PS5 consoles. I like the look of the regular console better. And it'll definitely go down as one of the most memorable looking consoles ever. But I do think it's too big. I do. I like how big it is, because it's like, it's kind of awesome just to have a console that big. But at the same time, it does feel a bit like there's always something about having a really powerful but compact machine that just feels so cool and nice to have. And so my hope for the PS5 Pro is it maintains the same two-tone white and black. I think that will be the same. But it's ultimately more compact. And that's the thing, is like, can it be smaller than the Slim? I don't think so. So, but then again, I'm thinking about the plates, right? Realistically, I think the PS5 Pro is actually, the more I think about it, I think it's going to look almost identical to the PS5s that are currently out. I think it's going to share a resemblance to both the base PS5 and the Slim, but I do think the way Sony could potentially make it very obvious that it's the Pro console is kind of do what they did with the PS4 Pro, which is maybe add like a second layer to it in a way. I don't know how they would do that. Yeah, I don't know, man. I guess I didn't really think about this, right? Like, how do you make a... I feel like the base PS5 stood up next to the PS5 Slim. That kind of looks like what the Pro should look like. But that's the base PS5. So I guess Sony's issue, it's not an issue, but the tough part is you don't want to take a step back and have like a console that's even bigger than the base PS5 and even more ridiculous in the sense of just how massive it is. But you also probably have to keep in mind that it's going to be large because it's significantly more powerful. Then again, though, the CPU is apparently going to be 4 nanometer or something. So I don't know, man. I guess I don't want something that's like ridiculous and nonsensical that people are going to laugh at. I don't know that I'm expecting something as compact as I would like. I personally would like a PS5 that's even a little bit smaller than the Slim, just a little bit. But I don't think the Pro is going to be able to achieve that. So I guess at this point, the best I could hope for is an in-between, a PS5 Pro that looks different from both the Slim and the PS5 base, so that way you know it's a Pro, but shares the overall same design philosophy that there's no mistaking that's a PS5. Now, when it comes to the more detailed description of what that looks like, well, if I knew, maybe I'd be working for Sony, right? Maybe I'd be working for Sony. But Kirby, again, I really appreciate that $50 super chat, man. That's very kind of you. And thank you to everybody showing your support for the channel and the content today. And as I say that, we have Michael Cintron coming in, keeping the membership train going today, dude. Michael Cintron drops a 10 bomb on you guys. Another 10 memberships gifted. You guys will not stop. So here's what's going to have to happen, guys. Here's what's going to have to happen. Let me see what topics. So the only topic I'm going to have to actually, I think I'm going to have to change the title because I'm running out of time here. And I need to make sure to bring in Boss and do the lift. You guys absolutely earned that today. No doubt about it. Because Michael, dude, by the way, Michael Cintron just brought us up to 174, guys. So we are one membership away from crushing yet another goal. I've lost track of how many goals you guys have annihilated today. And so here's what I think we're going to do. Because I'm short on time, I think this PS5 Pro topic will conclude the main topics for today. I feel bad, though, because I had GTA 6 delay report. Damn it. I don't know. I gotta make a call here. Like, I'm thinking about saving the GTA topic for the next stream. I don't know. Maybe I could just run through it real quick, though. And Exley does it, man. Exley gets some Trismegistus, by the way.
Thank you.
Oh,
These sound bites are for both Exley and Michael. 175, guys. You absolutely crushed it today. Seriously, I cannot express to you guys how thankful I am for your continued support. All right, here's what we'll do. Let me see. I'd say I probably have about maybe 10 minutes. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I think this is the best way to handle this. I'm going to read the topic. I'm going to read the article for GTA 6. I'm going to give my very quick thoughts on it, and then we're going to move right into, I don't know, some of you guys are saying next podcast. Would you guys prefer that? Maybe that, all right. Maybe we'll do it that way. I'll have to change the title. I went on a lot of side quests. That's the problem. I went on a lot of side quests, and I'll be honest with you, I forgot that I had like a time limit here. So, all right, we'll do that. I'm going to change the title really quick so I can remove GTA 6 from it. What should I put in place of it? Stellar Blade. There we go. I'll put Stellar Blade in there. And then I'll bring Boss in here and we'll do some reps. Stellar Blade discussion. Sorry about that, guys. I normally don't have this issue, but that's what happens. Sometimes we have some bonus topics. All right. Give me just a second to bring Boss in here. We're going to give him some snacks and we're going to do some reps and we're going to listen to some metal. It's going to be great. So wait here. I'll be back in probably 10 seconds. All right. Okay, Boss is now with us, guys, and we're going to give him some treats. He knows what time it is. I think we're training him here. I think he's beginning to understand. So, Boss, we hit 175 members today, so I got to give you like triple the snacks. Maybe I'll just do double. Triple might be too much. Height. There you go, man. Enjoy. That is courtesy of your fan base, of your audience. Boss, they come here to see you, bro. But yeah, thank you for that. He's very easy bars, Skull Crushers. Actually, maybe one of these days. I don't know if I have enough room for that right now, but we're gonna do some lifting. We'll do a couple sets. Nothing too crazy. Probably, I think I'm going to do some curls. I haven't been able to lift as much lately, so I'll do some curls. Maybe I'll probably do some shoulders and biceps. I could do them on the ground. Yeah. Holy crap, that cat is huge. It's funny because to me, Boss doesn't look that big, but when people see him, they're like, damn, he's a big cat, man. He's long. He's a long cat. You should see him when he's like laying down completely on the ground. It's like shocking how long he is. And we have Andreas. Andreas comes in. Welcome to the MBG Army, man. Thank you so much for becoming a channel member, bro. Welcome aboard. Look forward to members lounges. And yeah, just one last heads up before we dive into these reps. If you are a channel member, if you were just gifted a membership, you gain access to all the previous members lounge episodes. Okay, so go check them out. Let me cue up the music here. You would think I would have this stuff ready to go, but I actually don't. I do it kind of on the fly. Which track should we use? Do something heavy. Not that one. Let's see. I don't know. Am I feeling this one? Yeah, we'll do this one. Well, this one's good. All right. Damn, I just realized that was not at full volume for you guys. Oh, good shit. Good shit. I see. I tried to pace myself a little bit better there. Thought I was going to do reps with Boss. I thought about it. But I was like, something will go horrifically wrong. You already know. Boss is happy though, man. Fine. I swear, he waits for those snacks, dude. Good shit though, guys. Thank you. Thank you for all the support. Those reps were brought to you by the 176 memberships, as well as all of the generous super chats. Some Easter reps. You're saying the music was still pretty loud? Okay. Yeah, it was that like, on my end, I had it up all the way. I mute my mic, obviously. But then I saw it's like, oh, it's only at like 50%. The beast feeds. Yeah, I want to have Boss in here more, man, but it's really hard. It is. Because I've noticed that even when I give in and I give him the snacks early, he really just wants to be all in the zone. So I'm trying to find a good balance here. Hopefully everybody can be happy. You know, Boss with his snacks, and he can interfere as much as he wants now that we finished the topics. Hopefully you guys are happy, because I know that's why you're really here. I know that's why you guys are really here. Yeah, Boss is... He's good today. You're saying Boss is a people person? It's funny because he's actually not. Like, when people are over, if he's not really familiar with you, and even if he is familiar with you, like, he's very territorial. He's very territorial. But I think that's normal with cats, you know. Boss needs the MGS theme. Corey wants the MGS theme. Let's see if I can deliver it. Corey does have the platinum trophy after all. Holy shit, though. Man, I'm feeling it. I feel like a little bit out of shape already. But let me see. Let me see if I can deliver that MGS theme for Corey. Corey does a lot of heavy lifting for this community. It's the least I could do for you, man. Let's see. I might have to just reduce the volume of it a bit. There you go. Corey, I like to imagine you, like, basically throw a little party. It's a little mini party every time I play this theme. What's my time looking at? Mrs. MBG says, Boss likes her too. Well, of course. Boss loves Mrs. MBG. Big shell theme. Yeah, I'll have to add more different Metal Gear themes. I should start putting a little MBG hat on Boss. That would be pretty funny, dude. But there ain't no way he's going to keep that on his head. See here. What's the poll at? Polls at over 500 votes. New brown turd color Xbox on its way. Wait, did I miss something? Hold on. Did I miss something? I think I got like 2 more minutes here. Is there really a brown Xbox on the way? I mean, that's an interesting color for a console if you want to go with brown. Oh yeah, PSA. I'm on the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit. PSA, April Fool's Day. Yeah, guys. I'm actually wondering, like, was that an April Fool's thing? Yeah, be aware. Be very careful tomorrow. I'm going to be making a video tomorrow, and I assure you there will be no pranks. I'm not doing any April Fool's stuff. Sorry if that's a buzzkill, but there's already too much misinformation out there, and I feel like I'm not trying to fucking add to it. Although, if I did something for April Fool's, it would be something like, it would just be too obvious. It's like, hey guys, I actually love Xbox now. I love Xbox now, or I'm switching to Xbox. And obviously nobody would really believe that, but be careful tomorrow. It is April 1st, and you're going to probably see a lot of announcements, leaks, rumors that just don't believe anything. All right? Don't believe anything because it's all going to be nonsense. But I assure you that when I upload my video tomorrow, it's going to be a news video. No nonsense. And no, I'm not just saying that. I know somebody's like, oh, I see what you're doing, MBG. There's going to be some kind of nonsense. I promise you there isn't. It's just going to be a news video. It's going to be a news video, all right? All right, let me see. So I'm basically at the 4 hour and 12 minute mark. God damn, what a show. 4 hour stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it, man. I really did. I did. And let me close this poll. Let's see where it's at. So I asked you guys, grade Jim Ryan's time as PlayStation CEO. 524 total votes. 45% of the votes give Jim Ryan a B. 22% of the votes give him an A. 18% give him a C. And only 13% give him a D. I got to say, I'm kind of surprised by those results. I thought C or D would have been higher, but it seems like a lot of you guys are very satisfied with, Jim Ryan's time as the PlayStation CEO. So there you go, man. B with the highest. Not bad. All right. Well, I have some Easter dinner that I think is ready at this point. So I'm going to segue to my outro now. And yeah, I just have to once again extend a massive thank you to all of you guys, but especially those of you who showed massive support today. We crushed a ton of goals. We're sitting at 176 members. So big day for membership gifts, but also I have to give a big thank you and a shout out to all of you guys who donated super chats. I apologize for sounding like a broken record, but you guys fuel this channel. Okay, you guys make it possible. You guys fuel Boss's snack addiction. So thank you for that, okay? And just do me one last favor as you guys are heading out and just hit that like button. We are over 400 likes, which is awesome to see. And yeah, thank you for hitting that like button. And I also want to give a shout out to Devil Shooter. Devil Shooter does the timestamps for the streams. He does an amazing job. So Devil Shooter, big shout out to you, my friend. And thank you for continually doing such a good job with the timestamps. I know a lot of people appreciate that. And yeah, that does it for this Easter Sunday stream. A lot of great conversation, I think. And yeah, I'm looking forward to dinner now. So, all right, I hope everybody enjoys the rest of their Easter. And if you don't celebrate, I just hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Tomorrow, we should have a news video coming out. And then Tuesday, we should have another stream. And yeah, we'll cover that GTA 6 topic that I meant to get to today. So I hope to see you guys then. And that does it. Boss, do you have anything you'd like to say? Boss says he loves you guys. All right. That does it. I will catch you guys in the next one. So until then, everybody, take care.